Welcome, welcome, welcome. So very exciting on this Saturday morning to have our next investor roadmap workshop. It's been a while since we've done one of these, and we had quite a lot of feedback from the various participants that it was time to do another one. So to a couple of questions that are being asked, yes, we are recording it. We will share the recording with people. And I think what's going to be really, really exciting today is that we're going to be running through a journey. And it's a fairly logical journey that we're going to be going on. So if you take the investor roadmap, here's where we're at. Let me just get my camera up in the right place. So we're basically going to get started with the 6 needs of every investor. Then we're going to help you build your wealth plan. We're going to review the investment categories. We're going to move to the partners and due diligence. We're going to go to manage risk and compliance. Then about setting up the investment platform, how the platform works, how do you invest, and then actually about earning. My partner Shane built this, and it's literally to go from A to B. How do you go from starting to earning? We talk a lot about building globally diversified passive income, and this is what it's all about. So before I get started, tell me where you're from. Just chuck it in the chat box. I'm always fascinated to see where everyone's from. Always lovely to get some interaction early on a Saturday morning and see where everyone is from. So let me just know in the chat box, where are you all from? Netherlands, Durban, Joburg, London, Cape Town, Hillcrest. I grew up in Kloof, Victor, so I was just down the road. 3 Rivers, Cape Town, Heidelberg, Hartbeespoort. Awesome. Well, what I'd suggest you do is use this QR code and just scan it in. We've got a WhatsApp group specifically for this event. And so what Shane and I will be doing is posting the different materials into this WhatsApp group. So it's just a way, and there Shane's also put it in the chat room, so you can just click on it if you want. And my strong recommendation is just join this group, and then it's just a place that when Shane shares stuff, you can get access to it. So we don't put stuff in the group until people have actually shared, because as you know with WhatsApp you can't go backwards in terms of the process. So either scan this QR code or join this WhatsApp. Right, the next thing that I wanted to kind of get going is, we're in interesting times at the moment. Some would say, hard times. And, there's a lot of sort of challenges going on in the world, including, political, economic, social, pressures and problems and challenges all over the place. And for me, when you're talking about investment, they often say that the 3 greatest challenges for anyone is their wealth, their health, and their relationships. And so we're going to be focusing today on wealth. We're going to be focusing on globally diversified passive income. And what's interesting for me is that, I turn up and I'm wearing my jacket and I look a little bit like a financial advisor. But what I actually want to do is I want to take this jacket off with your permission. And the reason being is that I want to have a much more relaxed and sort of fun session today. And I want to kind of go to the essence of the fundamentals of wealth, because for me, this doesn't have to be difficult. It doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be hard. In fact, actually, when I look at my life and the lessons I've learned specifically in the last 12 to 13 years, is that actually there are easier ways to do it. There are safe and simple ways to achieve it. And so can you agree, and if you don't agree, I can put my jacket back on, but can we agree to have a less formal, more fun learning environment than me sitting in a jacket with a tie on? Yes or no? Okay, so Paula says yes. Rudy says yes. Sunette says yes. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's my whole idea. I want to have fun. I want to learn. I want to engage. I want us to engage with each other. And I feel that when I wear a jacket, people feel overwhelmed. And, to some level, they think it's a level of sophistication that's above them, blah, 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 which, by the way, I think is all stories we tell ourselves in our heads. So here's a question that I ask quite often. And I'd love you to kind of just take some time to contemplate it. What would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning a passive income without any hassle or complexity? So just think about this. What would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning an income without any hassle or complexity? I can see that Alison has said joy. Rudy said freedom. Jeanette said peace. Paula said fantastic. Freedom and peace of mind for Archie. Freedom for Alvin. Great joy and peace for Lesejo. So I think you'll see, it means different things to different people, but there are certainly some themes. And the second question I've got for you is, how would you like a system which statistically will help you get there 70% faster, safer, and simpler? So let's think about it. You want to create passive income over the next 12 months. Most people do. I'd be very surprised if you don't. Specifically, even if you're very wealthy in one country, most people would like to have globally diversified passive income. But secondly, what about if there was a system, rather than trying to figure it all out ourselves, take another decade to figure it out, a lot of pain, a lot of hassle. What about if there was a system that you could do it 70% faster, safer, and simpler? And just for Rudy's comment here, Rudy, I 100% agree with you. Rudy said would love it, but tend not to trust quick schemes. This is not a quick scheme. I want to be very clear. There's nothing. If people think this is a get rich quick scheme, I would suggest switching off now and going enjoying your Saturday wherever you are, because this is not it. I'm going to share with you how I've done this over decades. I'm going to share with you how I've helped others do it, generally in a generally a 10-year period, sometimes a 5-year period, but generally a 10-year period plus. So there's no such thing as a get rich quick scheme. In fact, I always say the only way to do a get rich quick scheme that I've learned is to go to a casino and put money on red or black. But equally, as fast as you can make that money, you can lose that money. So I just want to give Rudy and everyone else peace of mind. There's no such thing as a get rich quick scheme in my mind, certainly without a tremendous amount of risk. However, there is a way. There are systems that you can copy and follow from a mastery perspective, mastery and modeling, where you can be a lot more successful, safer, and simpler, a lot quicker than trying to just figure it all out on your own. So really, thanks for the thumbs up. And I'm very glad you brought that up, because I certainly want to clarify that. It reminds me of a little story. And just by the way, today, there's a kind of a presentation, but also my whole logic is that it's a workshop. And I love to share stories, because stories are what encapsulate and help people truly understand. So I'm going to stop sharing here quickly so you can see me better. So I do mountain biking every Thursday with my friends. I live here in Neisner, and we go mountain biking. And for the last 2 years or so, there were, a bunch of guys, and they were getting, the one group of guys, there were 34 of them that were in this little club with a day trader. And he was day trading their money, and he was getting them amazing returns, 10% plus a month. And I didn't really understand it. Like, so you're buying and selling shares, on a daily basis, and you're getting 10% a month. And I'm like, I can sort of understand if one person is outperforming the market, but once you start getting to sizable cash, why isn't JP Morgan doing it like that then? And it's just kind of common sense to me. I didn't really understand it. And then there was another group of guys that were in cryptocurrency, and they were also getting 10% plus a month. And I used to joke with them, guys, like, I'm just the boring dude. Like, I'm just boring. I'm sorry, I'm boring. I just get 8%, a year from a commercial property in America. It's just boring. And they would like laugh at me, and you know what men are like, you get laughed out the room type thing. Well, anyway, in the space of last year, in the space of the last 12 months, that day trading thing ended up being a Ponzi scheme, and the guy ran away to New Zealand with all their money. They lost millions and millions and millions of rands. They lost over $5 million, to put it in perspective. And then the crypto thing also turned out to be a Ponzi scheme, and the guy ran off to South America somewhere. I can't even remember, Brazil or something. And it was also like one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in the world. And I remember sort of, I now no longer wasn't so stupid in the eyes of my bicycle mates, because, my little 8% a year was still there. The properties were still there. And so I often just, think to myself, well, how do they do it? Why, if they outperforming the market so much more than anyone else, why isn't JP Morgan doing it, or BlackRock, or people with, significant capital? And some people would say they are, and that's fine. But I just wanted to acknowledge what Rudy said. I often think when it sounds too good to be true, it really is. And I personally have burned myself many, many times when it's a number that's outperforming the market, and then generally it doesn't have substance. Okay, so let's go back to this quickly. And again, the question I had, what would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning a passive income without any hassle or complexity? And how would it, feel to have a system which could statistically help get you there 70% faster, safer, and simpler? So just in my interest, if I could deliver on those two promises in the next 4 hours, would that make your Saturday morning worth it? Yes or no? If I could show you how. Because that's my intention. So strap yourself in. Let's go for an exciting ride. I've got a lot to share with you. I do talk fast. I do get excited because there's a lot of information that I want to share with you in terms of this process. Okay, and it's wonderful. I can see there's a bunch of the mastermind participants that are online. Always wonderful to have you here. So this is something I really like to talk about. And for me, if you look at it here, we talk about living a life unlimited. And it encapsulates a lot of what, I believe in, where it's about freedom of choice. I often say to people, I don't care where you want to live. I don't care where you want to send your kids to university. I don't care, what country you want to live in or who you want to donate your money to. But what I do care is when you got the freedom of choice. And so we talk about living a life unlimited. And how do you do that? Well, we believe you do it with smart investing. I tend to say to people, I've got a smartphone, I got a smart watch, I got a smart laptop, I got a smart TV. I guarantee you pretty much everyone else probably has everything I just discussed. And yet, why are we not using technology from an investing perspective? And that's why we call it smart investing, to use technology to make investing easier, just like it has done for our watch, our phone, our laptop, our everything in between. So, like I said to you, this is the journey we're going on. Now, I want to break it down, and you might notice today that one of the principles that I believe a lot in is simplicity is power. And so if you look at the bottom, on this, I want to share one thing with you first. So one of the things that my partner Shane has done with regards to this program is the resources. So there's going to be a lot of stuff. I mean, you're turning up today and, we want you to walk away with a lot of value. So I can see that Shane has already put it in the chat room, or you can just copy it off the screen here. But literally, you can go to our resource guide. And our resource guide goes through each one of the 9 steps, and it gives you the resources and the links. So I'd highly, highly recommend that you go and check it out now, and get those resources. The other thing that I wanted to share with you is we're going to be running a competition. So something we didn't used to do, and funny enough, I learned about it when we did Wealth Going Global. People really appreciated having a Q&A session afterwards. So rather than a webinar approach, having a Zoom room, Q&A. And, what it allows you to do is effectively you've listened to the whole workshop, but now you kind of want to get in a room and you want to ask questions and you want to be able to engage with others, etc. So what we do is we effectively create a VIP room afterwards where we just jump in the Zoom room and we can actually ask questions, etc. in that process. Just by the way, for the masterminders that are online, you will automatically get access to this. But we are going to run a competition. For the person that is most engaged today, they're going to get a free ticket to come join us in the VIP room. And I'm going to run it straight after today. So once this workshop's over, I'm going to jump in my Zoom room and I'm going to be taking through any questions that people have. By the way, it's my favorite thing to do. I always joke, I think any monkey can do a presentation, but it's the Q&A that shows your substance in terms of whether you really know what you're talking about or not. So yeah, it's literally going to be a private session we're going to run afterwards. And I will share with people if you don't win the competition, if you want to join that VIP, you'll be very you know, we'll show you a way to be able to do that. But again, for the masterminders, just to be clear, Shane, I think maybe if you can just put the link on the mastermind group for the VIP room so that they know how to get in. So I want to start with a story. Some of you have heard the story before, some of you haven't, but it represents a very, very important lesson. So in 2001, we had a dream, a bunch of us, to climb the highest mountain in Africa called Kilimanjaro. And we set off, and if you look there, it was October 2011. Like we just had September the 11th when the planes crashed into the towers. So there was a lot of kind of problems in the world and a lot of concern, a lot of fears. But we went over, there were 4 South Africans and 1 Australian. And we were really, you know, this was the morning of the hike. This is the start of the hike. And we were really excited, you know, to get going on this climbing the tallest mountain in Africa. This was us on day 3. And I think what happens often in life is that we, you know, funny enough, I was talking to my business coach about this week, is that we're always looking up the mountain. We're always looking at where we want to be. And sometimes we don't stop and look backwards and look at how far we've come. Now, I know there's a number of people on here, specifically masterminders, that I've met over the last week or so. And I think a lot of people basically are always looking up, and they tend to do a lot of courses and whatever, and they're always looking up, but they never stop and say, hey, look how far I've come. And this picture represents that for me. You can't quite see it here, but I don't know if you can see the earth is like round like this. And, you know, so we were up day 3, it was starting to get cold, but it always reminds me of those moments in life where you must go, okay, hang on, I've got this tall mountain still to go, but look how far we've come. And I just think in life, we all need to remind ourselves, and even just patting yourself on the back for being here. It's a Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, wherever you are in the world. Your peers, your contemporaries are not doing this. And yet 10 years from now, they're going to be complaining that they don't have passive income, that they don't have freedom. You know, they're going to be blaming the government or their boss or where they were born or whether they got a degree or whatever it is. And yet they're not doing what you're doing. So just congratulate yourself to start off with. That was what was ahead of us. So like I just told you, we were looking down, it was amazing, but looking up, it was pretty scary. And so this was now lunch, it's breakfast on day 4. And, you know, there you can see now that you can start to really see the circumference of the world. And I tend to joke with people, this was the last time we were happy with smiles on our faces, because you can see how high up we are now. There's no vegetation really anymore. And you can see the curve of the world in terms of this whole process. This was the lunch, this was the one, lunch on day 4. And you can see Chifu here. Now, Chifu was our guide that took us up the mountain. And back to, you know, the conversation we were having earlier about a get-rich-quick scheme and what Rudy was saying. You know, one of the reasons that I believe you can follow a system is that just like climbing this mountain, you know, I'd never climbed Kilimanjaro, none of any of my friends. So we could have gone and read books, we could have gone on courses, we could have tried to figure out how to do it, but we didn't. We chose to get a guide. And Chifu took us up and he took us down. And, you know, it's interesting because when you're climbing a very tall mountain, you get altitude sickness. So they not only take you up, but they also take you down, which is quite disconcerting. You go down to go up. It's quite irritating. But what was interesting is that every day, all we had to do was get to our camp every night. Like we wanted to climb the mountain, but every day's tasks were broken down into milestones. And there's many, many metaphors here. And the reason I'm telling this story is that what we're about to embark on over the next, you know, over this morning is exactly copying this formula, if you think about it. Because the journey to wealth and the journey to freedom and the journey to passive income and the journey to diversified globally passive income is, you know, it takes time and you have to have milestones, and, you know, you're going to have to go up and you're going to have to go down. It's not all going to work for you, but I can highly recommend having a Chifu to help you in the process. And this was my mate, my Aussie mate. So on day 4, things started to get pretty hectic. And he got quite serious altitude sickness and was feeling very, very sorry for himself. And this was us now walking towards the end of day 4.
Talk to the camera, boys. 100 meters from base camp.
Where's my video gone? Just give me 2 seconds.
Talk to the camera, boys. 100 meters from base camp. How do we all feel?
Oh, well, you're not seeing us move, but the reason for the video was to show you how slowly we were walking. And you know, I was one of the fittest guys. I was playing rugby at the time, so I was trying to kind of motivate the guys and keep them going. But this is coming up to base camp on the final ascent. So this is us sleeping at base camp. You can see how rugged it is now. And just by the way, about 2 people die every year climbing Kilimanjaro. So it's not a huge amount, but they do die. So you go to bed this night and you are properly nervous. Like you've got a serious hike ahead of you in the coming hours. And you sleep, but you can't sleep. It's so cold and our water bottles froze. Anyway, we set off in the morning at 1 a.m. in the morning and we're climbing up the mountain. And what was really interesting was, I don't know, sometime in the early morning, my Australian friend fell over, Adrian, and he literally started to roll down the hill. And we were all like pretty shocked by this whole thing. And Chifu came to me and he said, listen, Scott, like Adrian can't continue. He's got altitude sickness. He won't make it. But don't worry, I planned for this. I figured this was going to happen. So I brought an extra Sherpa guide along to take him down. So we had a bit of a conflict because, you know, we're quite a big believer in one of those, you know, never leave a man behind and all that sort of stuff. But equally, we had a very clear goal. We wanted to get to the top of Kilimanjaro. And Chifu had a plan and we trusted Chifu in his plan. So we let them go ahead and take Adrian down. And we proceeded to continue. And this was the sun rising over Africa as we were walking. We'd been walking now for about 6 hours in terms of this process. These were the glaciers on top. And again, I don't know if this video is going to work.
The speed we managed most of the time. The beautiful glaciers in the background. We're about 50 odd meters from the top. Like these boys are actually flying.
So I don't know why the videos aren't working, but like if you've ever done Kili, you'll know what I'm talking about. But there's no air, and so you can barely walk. Like you're literally going at like this sort of pace. It's like ridiculous. And it's probably I've run 3 comrades, and it's definitely one of which is a 90-kilometer, 60-mile one-day road race, and this was equally as intense as that. But what's interesting is that when you've got a guide and you've got a goal, you know, we made it, and that was us at the top of Kilimanjaro. And you know, it's the tallest mountain in Africa. It was a dream of ours as a group of friends, and you know that's our our tribute to getting to the top. And I want to tell you the story because as we go through the day, I want you to resonate back with the story, and just whether it's my story or a story that you've got similar, where there were different milestones along the way, there was adversity along the way. You can do it on your own, or you can use a guide. And in this case, if we hadn't had a guide, you know, literally Adrian could have died, but he didn't, and we had a plan, and we got to the top, and everything else. And hopefully for Mark and everyone else, this is starting to now explain why I said this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a methodology, it's a system, it's a process, and I think there's a lot we can learn from the story about the hike. So this is the journey, this is the hike, this is the walk that we're going on. In terms of down the bottom here, you're sitting, you know, wanting to basically build globally diversified passive income, which is point A, and point B is where it's actually in your bank account. And so, again, I like to break things down. So you can see at the bottom here, you've got the fundamentals, and this is the why. So Simon Sinek, which is the most popular, second most popular TED Talk, is all about the power of why. If you get very clear on your why, then you're going to be able to figure out your how and your what. So most people are out there and all they're interested in is their how and their what. How do I make money? What do I do? And yet if you don't get clear on your why, you're never going to get there. So the first step is the why, the second step is the what, and the third step is the how. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So just in my own interest, before we get started, I'm going to take a sip of water. Who's excited to get going on step 1 of the 9-step process? Awesome. So thank you to Rudy and Archie and Glenda for posting, Loretta, Tyron. Okay, I will share with you at the end also about the Wealth Starter Pack. So this is something we created a couple of years ago to make it really easy for people to get started. We've got 3 new deals coming on our platform at the moment, which are very, very exciting, which I will share with you later. This is actually where you get a $100 voucher to invest on the platform to be able to get going. And if you've ever flown in an airplane, I'm the sort of guy that likes to get priority service. You know, I don't like to stand in big, long queues. I'd much rather pay for priority service and get to the front of the queue. And, or, you know, if you go banking, you can stand in the queue in the retail bank, or you can go private banking. So our Wealth Starter Pack's been created for people that want to get started and want, you know, priority service and priority to get going. And I'll talk more about this later, but, you know, ultimately the starter pack allows you to make a commitment. It's got a full support system from a confidence perspective. You know, there's a whole knowledge base from a clarity perspective, and then it helps you get to your success. And I want to share with you some psychology things that are important. You're here today, you want results. Okay, I'm very surprised if you're here and you don't want results. But the challenge is it's all the stuff below the iceberg, the emotions, the values, the thinking, the assumption, the bias, the judgments, the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And no matter where you live in the world, there's a lot of people that live in the away state at the moment, withdrawn, fearful, inability to make good choices, demotivated. But it's all about being in the towards state, happy, ability to think clearly, creative, see new opportunities. There's a lot of chaos at the moment out there in the world, but, you know, wealthy, successful investors often see chaos equals opportunity. So if you can be in the right mindset, the current market actually represents an opportunity, and you move away from fear to seeing the opportunity. And the question is, how do I do it? And I do this with my mastermind members. Again, 95% of people are caught up in problem and drama. You achieve nothing down here. It's low quality thinking. You get very clear on your outcome. What are you trying to achieve? We call it the lighthouse approach in terms of where you're at. And, you know, when you're part of the mastermind, I literally guide people through this in a one-to-one process. So the other thing that's important is that, you know, today, I'm not going to kind of try and tell you everything. I'm going to ask you lots of questions so that you come up with your solution. Because what's important is that if you just listen to this webinar, 3 months from now, statistically, according to Harvard, you're only going to retain about 10% of the knowledge. So statistically, in 3 months, you're only going to retain 10% of what you hear today. If you do it as part of like a community, you're going to retain somewhere between 30 to 65%. And if you actually learn to do it yourself, so one of the things that I believe very strongly in is that most courses out there are all about learning. I fundamentally believe that the world has changed now, and you need to learn while doing. Listen to me very clearly. Most courses out there are about learning. But the problem is most people learn and then don't take action, and therefore don't get results, and then blame people. You've got to learn while doing. None of you, not a single one of you, learned to walk by reading a book or going on a course. You have to learn while doing. And that's the objective of what we're trying to achieve. And then also, I just want you to be aware that I virtually guarantee you that by the close of play today, you're going to be feeling a little bit overwhelmed. So I'm telling you that up front. And the reason being is that the learning journey we go from is unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence to conscious competence to unconscious competence. And in simple terms, what this means is that over here, you don't even know what you don't know. Over here, you now know what you don't know. Over here, you're actually learning and understanding now what you need to know. And over here, it's second nature to you. It's like walking. You don't even have to think when you walk. You just walk. But remember when you were, I don't know how old, 1 year old, or maybe younger. I can't remember when kids learn to walk. But anyway, you know, when you're that age, you know, learning to walk is a major, major objective in your life. So I want to share another little story with you. And one of my philosophies in life has always been to try to put myself in the room where I'm the dumbest, poorest person. My philosophy with that is that if I'm the dumbest, poorest person in the room, I can only go in one direction. So I love Richard Branson. I've been reading his books. You know, you name the book, I've read it since I was very young. And the reason I love him so much is that, and I know some people hate him, but the point being is I love him. And the reason that I love him so much is that I really think he epitomizes what a successful life is all about. If you think about it, he's happily married. He's got 2 great children. He's started 400 businesses, of which 8 of them are billion-dollar businesses in different sectors. You know, he's done some crazy fun stuff. He's, you know, got a space bloody ship going to, you know, overseas into space. He's done a huge amount of humanitarian and philanthropic things. And, you know, I just sort of say to myself, well, what else is there? He lives on a private island. Like seriously, what else is there? You know, he's healthy. You know, so anyway, so the story is that, you know, I had this goal to meet him, and I met him in, I don't know, 2010, 2011, but it was on stage. I mean, realistically, it was on stage with like 2,000 other people, and I shook his hand, I think, you know, type thing. Well, actually, I don't think I even shook his hand. I just saw him talk. And then I actually saw a video in 2013 from one of my business coaches, Roger Hamilton, and he was on Necker Island. Now, Necker Island is Richard Branson's private island. And I was like, what? You can even do that? Like, that just changed my goal completely. Anyway, I managed to get hold of Roger, and I said, how did you do that? And he said, no, well, there's a club in America, an entrepreneur club called Mavericks 1000, and you've got to be invited. It's a bit like golf club. You've got to be invited into it. So anyway, I managed to get part of Mavericks 1000. And in 2015, I got to go to Necker Island with Richard Branson. So we spent an entire week with him. It was one of the most incredible weeks of my life, because I literally was on holiday with a guy for a week. Like he was there, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And this was actually me and him kite surfing around the island. And one of the things that happened on this was the only homework we had to do was to bring a life hack to the table. So there were 25 of us, including Richard Branson. And I always joke with people, I was the dumbest, poorest person by far, because these people were incredible. I mean, the one guy had sold his business for $800 million, and every single one of them were highly, highly successful. And so it wasn't just Richard I learned from the other, you know, people. It was incredible. But this life hack was amazing, because the whole logic was each of us had to share a life hack. And then there were, as I said, 25 of us, and all of us could learn from each other. And it was like, how can we, you know, hacking is how can you do something quicker, simpler, easier? And so anyway, we got all these hacks, and it was actually my business partner that came up with it and said, well, why don't we be wealth hackers? Because that's what we're all here to do. I mean, that's why you're all here. You know, why go and try and go the hard way and the difficult way and lose money and complexity and time? Why not like hack our way there? And if we can share the knowledge and we can work together and we can find, you know, better solutions, then ultimately we're all wealth hackers. So I very proudly wear this t-shirt as a wealth hacker. And hopefully now you understand not only the context of where it comes from, but what it is. And if you want to be a wealth hacker, you know, great, you know, because this is the community we're building. And our philosophy is that we all have our individual goals and dreams. But if we work together, we've got a far better chance of succeeding than of us doing it all on our own. So I'd love to know if people agree or disagree with me on what I've just said. But I fundamentally believe the 21st century is all about collaboration and partnership. And that's, you know, at the highest level, that's what our mastermind is all about, where we've got a group of like-minded people that are coming together. They want to build globally diversified passive income. They not only want to do it on their own, they want to do it, you know, with a group of people. They want to learn from the best. They want to get access to the best. They deal with our family office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just an example of, you know, we've got different levels in our community, and the Wealth Hacker is our general community, and the mastermind is our sort of first class in our community. So just a disclaimer, I'm going to be sharing with you now a lot of information, financial stuff, but I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm sharing with you my knowledge. I'm sharing with you my mistakes, my learnings. I'm sharing with you what I've learned from many, many thousands of investors around the world, but I'm not telling you what to do. It's your choice. And I really feel that one of the things that's really important to be successful in the 21st century is you have to empower yourself. We have to stop blaming the government or business or other people or our teacher or our parents or whatever. And we need to take accountability for ourselves. And so this is just a statement with regards to that. I want to share with you, I want to empower you, but ultimately it's your choice to make your decisions. So here's a book that I'm sure many of you have read, and if you haven't, I highly recommend reading it, called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And what was really interesting is that, I read this book. My mom gave me this book back on my birthday in 2001, so 22 years ago, nearly 23. And he said, we hope you make your fortune, but more importantly, we hope you have good health, many friends, and lots of happiness. Lots of love, Mom and Dad. And it was interesting when I read this book, because it talks about this E, this S, this B, and this I. So let's go into this just a little bit. So the E is the employee, the S is the self-employed, the B is the business owner, and the I is the investor. So the E is all about hard work, no security, no time. It's about active income. The S, where a lot of people think that they, have their own business, but they're actually just self-employed. And they've got insufficient funds, they've got large debts, a lot of stress. And the problem with this active income, it's people working for money, is that 95% of people on the planet are like this, and they only have 5% of the wealth. On the right-hand side, you've got the business owner. So this is where they've built a system. It's about passive income. And they sort of, I'm not 100% sure about this because I'm a business owner, but they say easy work, stability, spare time. I haven't quite figured that out, mate. So and a lot of people I've spoken to. But anyway, that's obviously the dream of the business owner. And then finally, you got the investor, where money's working for you. There's no debts. There's plenty of money. It's about freedom. And what's interesting on the passive income side is that 5% of people on the planet, have this, and they have 95% of the wealth. And the question that I want to answer for you today is, how do you get there? Because, no matter where you are in this process, that should be the ultimate goal. As Warren Buffett says, if you don't figure out how to make, money while you sleep, you're going to be, working for the rest of your life. If you don't figure out how to make money while you sleep, you're going to be working for the rest of your life. So myth number one is an interesting one for me, and that's that you have to do it all yourself. And it brings me to this next book. And I'm doing these books on purpose because I'm sure many of you have walked the same journey that I've walked. But this book, Real Estate Riches, was the first property book that I read. It's by a guy by the name of Dr. Dolph DeRoos. And he said, go out there, buy 100, look at 100 properties, make an offer on 10 properties, get accepted for 3 and buy 1. And he literally said, walk the streets. And so I did that. And I mean, this was actually me in Phoenix. I paid $8,000 to go on a buyer's trip with him. There is Dr. Dolph DeRoos. We're on the steps of Phoenix. This was in the mayhem of 2010, 2011 in America, where we were buying, properties that had been, repossessed by the bank, and we were buying them. Believe it or not, this was the auctioneers, and we were literally buying them on the steps of the courthouse. And you can see here myself with Dolph DeRoos. As I said, I paid $8,000 because my first 14 years, I thought I had to do it all myself. I thought I had to go and read all the books, go on all the courses. I've got an honors degree cum laude, a master's degree cum laude. I've got CRS in America, which is Certified Residential Specialist, which is the top residential course you can do in America. I got AIPP out of England, which is the Association of International Property Professionals. I've got PDP out of South Africa from the business school, which is the property development program. I could go on and on and on. I've done Hannesdray, I've done Coetzee, you name it, I've done it. And because my logic was I had to do it all myself. I had to get all the knowledge myself. And, it was only in 2010 when I started to have these breakthroughs that actually it was about getting the right information and getting the right partners. So again, I could go and spend a year or two trying to figure out how to buy a property in America and how to buy it on auctions or whatever. Or I could literally pay $8,000 and fly over and spend a week with Dolph DeRoos. So again, go right to the top, get straight to the right partner, the best, and ultimately get a huge amount of results. And so back to that question we had earlier about the get rich quick scheme. There is no such thing, as I said, in terms of get rich quick scheme, but there are ways to fundamentally reduce the amount of time, to reduce the risk, and to be able to get results quicker, simpler, and safer. Can we start to see the difference? The one is I'm trying to do it all myself. I'm going to make mistakes. It takes, in my case, 14 years, a huge amount of, I bought 16 houses myself. I helped 2,500 people buy houses for themselves, everyone on their own. And then like, I just realized there was such an easier way through partnership and collaboration, literally getting the right information and the right partners. And by going the second route, it just became so much easier, simpler, and safer. And so myth number one for me is that you need, people think that you need to do it all on your own. And I fundamentally think that it's the complete opposite. I love this saying by Da Vinci, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So a lot of what we're sharing today is super complex. We're trying to do it in the morning. We could maybe do it in a month if you want to go into all the complexity. But what we've tried to do is to simplify it. We've tried to make it as simple as possible, because the more you make it simple, the more people can actually do it, the more they can understand it. And, so for the last 28 years, we've been trying to figure out how we can make property investing simpler and safer. That's it. How do we make property investing simpler and safer, simpler and safer, simpler and safer? And that's our whole philosophy of what we're trying to achieve. So let's get into it in terms of the 6 needs. The first one of the 6 needs, of the 9 steps, is the 6 things investors need. So I didn't know this to start off with, because we just went and built a platform. And then I realized that actually the number one thing people need is belief. If they don't have belief, nothing will happen. And, as the saying says, I think, therefore I am. As Henry Ford said, whether you think you are right, or whether you think, whether you think you can, or whether you think you can, or whether you think you can't, you're right. So it starts with belief. You actually have to have the belief that building passive income and living a life unlimited and being free is possible. Then you have to have the knowledge. So you need to go out and get the knowledge. Like it's all good and well, to have the belief, but you actually have to have the knowledge. But you've got to be careful, because you don't want analysis paralysis. Okay. And so myth number 2 is the seminar companies and the expensive courses and this. I meet people all the time, and it's like, Scott, I've been watching you for 10 years and I've been accumulating so much knowledge, but I haven't done anything yet. Or, Scott, I haven't just been watching you. I've gone to this person and this person and this person and this person. I've done this course and this course and this course and this course, and I've read this book and this book and this book and this book. I'm like, well done. And what have you done for action? Because you can have as much knowledge as you want in the world, but if you don't actually execute, and if you don't actually take action, nothing is going to change. Nothing. So myth number 2 is, please make sure that you are very conscious of the fact you need knowledge. But I think there's a fundamental shift that needs to happen. It's no longer just learning, it's learning while doing. I've already said it today, and I'm going to say it lots more times. It's no longer just about learning, it's about learning while doing. And every single one of you have learned to walk. So just use that analogy. Every single one of you learned to walk. You got up, you fell down. You got up, you fell down. You got up, you fell down. Hopefully you had a mom or dad or sister, brother that was there to kind of help you walk and make it a bit easier. But the bottom line is, you got up, you fell down, but eventually you learned to walk. And I think that's the absolute key in terms of this process. The third step is you need access investment. One of the things that pissed me off is that it's all good and well, you go on these property courses and they teach you all this stuff, and and then you can't actually execute, and that's just ridiculous. And one of the reasons that we talk about our starter pack today is that if you don't know what to do and you're slightly overwhelmed and you're like, oh, what should I do next? It's like, there, the starter pack. It's literally, its name is written on the bottle. It's like the starter pack. You're like, I don't know how to commit. Okay, there, starter pack. So it's all about access and investment. The fourth one is a system. So I learned this originally from Dr. Hannes Dreyer, but also from my uncle. And Hannes Dreyer did this. It was so funny. He literally went like, and this is like 20 odd years ago for me. And he went, making money is so boring. You just do it. And then you just repeat it. And then you just repeat it. And then you just repeat it. And I'll never forget, because he literally did that walk like I just showed you. And I realized like everyone's trying to do 50,000 things, and Wilson calls it a octopus on roller skates. And what Hannes Dreyer taught me and what my uncle taught me was just do what's working, just do it over and over and over and over again. And then we're going to get the results. But you need a system. Now, whether you use our system or your system, doesn't matter, but you need a system. The fifth thing is that you need support and accountability. So how many of you, if you're honest with yourself and we're in a live room and I said, put up your hand, how many of you commit to stuff and then don't do it? If you're honest with yourself. So you need the support and the accountability. You need people that go like, I always use, like, if you go in a gym or if you've got a running coach or like you want to go a running partner, it's so much better if you've got an accountability partner to actually help you get there. And again, statistically, if you try to do something on your own, you've got less than a 50% chance of succeeding. If you do it with a husband, a wife, a friend, you've got a business partner, you've got about a 50% chance, 60% chance of succeeding. But if you do it in a like-minded community, you've got a higher than 70% chance of succeeding. And that's according to Deepak Chopra. So, use these things. These aren't my stats. These are fundamental laws of nature that you can literally use to copy, basically, in terms of that. And then finally, it's success. And, having done this for 28 years now, I've been investing and helping people invest for 28 years. And I realized that these are the 6 steps that investors need. And whether you've got $100 million in the bank or you've got $10 in the bank, I believe that these are the 6 steps that people go through. And what's really interesting to me is that people think, what happens? I'll just type it in the tower and I can see you remember the words from Hannes about the system completely. Type in, what do you think happens? You go from step 1 to 6, and then what happens? Jay says you plateau, you progress, you actually start again. So again, I learned this from Tony Robbins, and it's called an upward spiral or a downward spiral. So he calls it the success success cycle is what he calls it. So if you think about this, if you've got belief, and let's say you buy the starter pack and you invest $100 and you see a result, like as an example, the Manhattan deal is going to get you a 10% return. So you invest $100 and you make $10 and you go like, no, is $10 going to change your life? Not at all. But the point being is that it does actually change your life fundamentally, because wow, that worked. So now, like, you've got access, you've got a system, you're part of a community, and you're like, wow, if I can make $10 from $100, then maybe I can get to $1,000, and then I can make $100. And maybe I could get to $10,000, and then I can make $1,000. And quite quickly, you're like, oh, wait, if I keep doing this, this could take over my job. And you can see success, because the belief gets stronger and stronger. The action, the knowledge gets stronger and stronger, and it's an upward spiral. But there's the converse. You don't have the belief. This sounds too good to be true. Money-making scheme, whatever, things that come up in people's heads. And they don't have the belief. They take no action. They get no results. They go on another course. They take no action. They get no results. And it's a downward spiral to poverty. Is this making sense? Just by the way, I'm interested in, and I'm hoping you can see why the 6 needs is so important to start off with, because you really need to make a conscious decision for yourself, whether you're going to go on the upward spiral or whether you're going to go on the downward spiral. You get to choose. So if you've got any questions or anything for step 1, just chuck them in and I will try and answer if people have got any questions. But well done. We've got 9 steps to go today and we've achieved number 1. And Loretta said the biggest of all of them is take action completely. Again, Loretta, I'm going to keep using the metaphor of learning to walk. Every single one of us, when we learn to walk, tried to stand up and we fell over. When it comes to investing, it's the same thing. I guarantee you, listen to my words, I guarantee you that when you start to try and invest, you are going to lose money and make mistakes somewhere along the line. I guarantee it. Because if anyone sits here and tells you that in 28 years, like me, I've never lost money. I've never made a mistake, either for myself or on behalf of other investors. I would either be lying, cheating, or stealing, because it's impossible to get it right all the time. However, I am going to share with you strategies like diversification, like getting access to the right information and the right partners that can dramatically reduce that risk in terms of, how to do it. Okay, let's go to the wealth plan. So I want to run through this quickly. There is literally a course that we've built now for people to go and do this, if you're wanting to do it properly with substance. We are going to share with you the resources because we fundamentally believe that whether you work with us going forward or not is your choice, but we want you to walk away with the resources. So Shane, again, has put the resources into the chat box. Thanks so much for Shane. Just by the way, we'll have a shout out at the end, but none of this would be happening without Shane. Like literally, I'm the one who jumps on stage and makes lots of noise, etc. But Shane's built the entire system for you guys so that you've got access to all of these things. So what is the 4-step wealth formula? Well, Shane challenged me a while ago and he said, Scott, how could we do something in 60 minutes where someone literally could get a wealth plan? So we want to take them from the employee or the self-employed quadrant to the freedom of the investor quadrant. Okay, so remember we started with what I showed you, the employee and the self-employed. So you go from that side to the investor side. And you want to do it as quickly, simply, safely, and predictably as possible. That sounds pretty cool, huh? You want to do it without being trapped by the financial industry, scammed, or giving your power away to someone else, whether it's to me or anyone else. I'm not asking you to give me your power. I'm wanting to empower you. And I don't know about most of you, but I'm sure you're the same as most of us, where you don't want additional stress or hassle in your life. So is that a pretty compelling statement? You go from the employee or the self-employed to the freedom of the investor as quickly, simply, and safely and predictably as possible, without being trapped by the financial industry, scammed, or giving away your power, and without adding additional stress and hassle to life. So we basically believe that you just follow the laws of nature. So I've already referred to this with Simon Sinek. And if you haven't watched it, I would highly recommend going and watching it. It's literally a TED Talk. It takes 18 minutes. And he talks about the power of why. And he calls it the golden circle. He says that most people and businesses are always trying to figure out the how and the what. But if you get very, very clear on your why, then you can achieve anything. So just to give you an example of why investors invest, for us, and having done this, help people now in 171 countries, it's preservation of wealth. It's protecting what you've had. You've worked hard for your money and you want to look after it. It's about having a plan B. If you've got all your money in one asset class in one country, you're pretty exposed. You've got all your eggs in one basket and you want to have a plan B. It's about having peace of mind. Israel and Hamas are having a war, or Silicon Bank goes bankrupt, or you have Brexit, or you have, the global financial crisis of 2008, 2009, and knowing that you've got a system and a portfolio that can ride the waves. But ultimately, for me, it comes to freedom. It comes to freedom of choice. It comes to this whole thing of, living a life unlimited, and whatever that means to you. It might be time freedom, might be money freedom, it might be a relationship freedom, might be job freedom, whatever it is, but it's the freedom of choice. So that's how we built the wealth plan. You've literally got the why, the how, and the what. So let me just explain my why, because I think it's always better to have an individual. Again, some of you have heard this story before, but it's important to understand my why. So my why is my dad, did what we were all taught to do. He went to school, he went to university, he got a great job, he became financial director of a listed company. And yet when he died at the age of 59, after sort of investing and trusting the financial industry and paying his taxes and all of that stuff, when he died at the age of 59, my dad died broke. And this is me, I'm 13 years old in this picture. I sat there at a young age going, well, hang on, that doesn't make sense. Like, I'm told to go to school, go to university, get a great job, invest with the financial industry, and I'm supposed to retire happy at 65. And yet when I went and did the stats, and Hun Australia taught me this, was that 94% of people statistically in England, Australia, and America will follow my dad. They'll either be broke, dead, or reliant on the government at age 65. 5% of people will be financially independent. And people are like, woohoo, I want to be financially independent. Well, actually, according to the financial industry, you earn 25% less than your last paycheck. For me, that's financially trapped. And only 1% of people are literally, wealthy and have the freedom at the age of 65. And so I kind of look at that, and, at a young age, I was like, that's ridiculous. There's 100 of us starting a race, and 99 of us are not even finishing the race, let alone winning the race. We're not even finishing the race. And so I love property. This was me literally 13 on my very first property project. And, this is where my why started to develop. I loved technology. I was computer programming on a Commodore 64 in 1983 on Logo. I love Monopoly. And it was like, well, how can we marry together property and technology? And I always joke with people, but I've literally been a one-trick pony my whole life, trying to figure out how we can marry together technology and property. And, I always joke with people, but how could we play Monopoly in real life using technology? And then growing up in the country that I grew up in, Africa, there's a massive difference between the haves and the have-nots. And, if you look at the stats, the top 1% continue to get wealthier and wealthier. And people say, yeah, but it's because they've got more money, or they've got, they went to better universities, or they got better friends, or whatever. It's rubbish. It's none of that. It's because they're investing in better assets. Let me repeat myself. They're investing in better assets. And where you live in the world has a massive impact on your wealth. Whether you're a woman or a man has a massive impact on your wealth. Whether you're a millennial has a massive impact on your wealth. And so we went and did the research, and we literally went 49% of the world's wealth is held in property. Of that, only 12.9% of the world's population has access to property, all property. And of that, only 1% has access to commercial property. Like, again, we're the top 1% invest. And so our why was, we need to change that. Why can't we help everybody invest like the top 1%? And that's literally our why. And it's important that you understand, my why, our why, because then you know what drives us. So as Zig Ziglar said, you can have anything you want in life if you help enough other people get what they want. So I want passive income. So my logic is, if I can help more people get their passive income, then I can get more passive income. Does that make sense? It's such a beautiful philosophy. I've tried to build all our businesses on this Zig Ziglar principle, because it's never a case of what you can get. It's a case of what you can give in the process. So our vision is to make investing as simple as a swipe of a finger. And ultimately, we want to get it to $1. And I've already sort of spoken about this today, but $1 won't change your life. But if we can change your habits, we can change your life. If we can change your habits, we can change your life. And so these are my whys in terms of the picture. So what I want you to do now is for your own wealth plan. And for today, I'm only going to put aside about 10 minutes to do this. So this is going to be a bit of homework for you, that you can literally go and do this yourself. So Shane's very kindly put in the resource guide, and he's put in the wealth plan certificate, and he's also put in the calculator. So let me just show you what he's done here, because if I literally just click on the wealth plan certificate, this is what I love working with Shane so much. What's going on here? Just 2 seconds. There's my wealth plan certificate. So I've downloaded it, and there it is. So I can go print it out, and then check how cool this is. I can literally go and write in here Joe Soap. I can put in the date. I can go and put down my whys, and then we're gonna show you how to do the how and the whats. Isn't that cool? Like, I'm sorry, I get so excited by this stuff, and everyone else, like, when you live, at least you can, like, try and get, see people's opinion. But yeah. So I always find it so interesting, because back to that simplicity's power, people are like, you need 442 spreadsheets to figure out your financial plan. And I'm like, no, you need 1 page. You need your why, your how, and your what. And then look at the other thing that Shane's done. Actually, not just Shane. So this was a partner of ours called Diana Katsky, who's part of the mastermind. So she took all of the calculators that I'd built, and she built it very kindly into what we call our freedom calculator. And now you've literally got a calculator where you can go and calculate your freedom. And again, simplicity is power. So Dr. Hunter has got an incredible calculator. It's very, very sophisticated, but it takes an entire day to do a workshop just to learn how to use the calculator. So I always say to people, this might not be 100% accurate. It might be 95 to 98% accurate. But I tell you what, it's a damn sight lot better to know that you're roughly going up Kilimanjaro and that you've got a route up Kilimanjaro, and you might adapt and a little bit along the way, than to spend days, weeks, months, years, in analysis paralysis and not actually just get a simple plan. So you've got the certificate and you've got the plan. Now we're going to go through 4 steps. And again, you can go back and do this as homework. I'll give you a little bit of time now. The first one is the goal. So figure out what you want in cash flow. So if you go back to this, that starts here. How much cash flow do you want? So I don't know. Joe Soap wants $5,000. Now, just by the way, look how cool this thing is, that you can make this pounds, you can make this euros, you can make this whatever currency you want. And then you can also, my strong recommendation is you would use a first world currency because you want to act like a first world citizen, a global citizen. But you can also, like if you're in South Africa or India or China, you can then go and put the currency here, which you can then see, okay, well, if I want $5,000, I'm going to need 90,000 Rand. I don't know. I just get excited by this. I think it's cool. So that's the first thing. You have to figure out, what cash flow you want. The next thing you need to figure out is the formula. So then you must figure out how much capital you need based on the average cash on cash. So again, back to here. So the calculator, you only have to fill in the white blocks. The other ones calculate for you automatically. So if you've got a net cash on cash, and by the way, you're going to learn this today, but I would recommend not going over 8% because you're probably going to be too aggressive on average. So again, if you don't know, I would just leave it as it is. But basically, if I want $5,000, a month, I need $60,000 a year. At 8% cash on cash income return, I'm going to need $750,000. By the way, it all calculates for you. Now, if I've got some starting capital, I don't know, I've got, $25,000 sitting in my property already. How much money do I need to invest per month to invest? So let's say I say $200 a month, and I'm going to increase that by 10% a year because, you should really be aiming to make more money each year. An average IRR of 15%. Again, I wouldn't go much higher than 15%. 20 is too aggressive, 10 is too low. But if you look here, and again, I just love the way this thing does the numbers, it's not working. It's in red. So if you go to step 3, the plan, then you need to figure out how much you must invest per month and for how long to achieve the goal. Well, you can see here that if I invest $200 for 7 years, it's not enough. So I've got really a couple of things I can do. I can increase the number of years. Oops, I'm still not quite there. Whoops, I'm still not there. Okay, I'm going to have to look to do some more. Oh, okay. Now let's go around. Whoop, no, 15 doesn't work. 16 doesn't work. 17 doesn't work. 18. 19. Nope, it's officially 20. And it's in green. And the moment it's in green, you've then achieved your thing. You can literally go in. You've got the year 2023. 20 years from now will be 2043. If you're currently 50, it means you'll be 70. In my case, I'm 46. And can you see how you literally just play around? Like, now I know people say to me, I don't like maths, I don't understand it. Well, firstly, you can't break the calculator. So what Shane and Diana have done for you is they've given you your own calculator, like you've copied it, so you can't break it. But what's so beautiful is you can either take less money, you can put in more money, you can put in more time. I would highly recommend that you don't play around too much with the cash on cash and the IRR, because these are very good averages. You've also got the tax here. Again, different countries might have different tax regimes, but we put in an average tax. But can you see now, that's step 3. And then you got step 4, because now you've got a plan and you just have to stick to the plan. There's the formula. You just need to measure, track, and keep going. That's it. So if you go to Shane, can you just put in the link for my wealth plan? So I can just show people my wealth plan, just as an example. So what you basically do now is you go back to your, where's it gone now? You go back to your wealth plan and you write down your 5 whys, and then you put in what is your passive freedom goal per month. You put in what is your average cash flow. You put in how much you're going to commit to fund your wallet. You put in your target return, and you're looking to aim for X number of years. And basically, I will be free by this, in this many years at this age. I commit to start on this date. Then you put your name, you sign, and you get a witness. So let me just show you quickly as an example. I know that Shane has shared this with you on the resources guide. Yeah, so here's my one. So if, you know, again, when I was at university, or actually my whole philosophy in life, you might have realized, is not to do it all myself. So when I did my dissertation, both at honors level and at master's level, I went into the library and I said, listen, who cum laude had their degree last year? Right, show me what their dissertation looked like. And I then went and took their dissertation. I didn't copy it in terms of the content because I was doing a completely different topic, but I copied the way they did it. And both of my degrees are cum laude. So my strong recommendation is always to go and find someone else. So here's my wealth plan. You can see my why. You can see my number. You can see my returns. You can see what I have to invest, for how long, my age, and everything. Boom. There's my wealth plan. So myth number 3. This is an interesting one because a lot of people think, you know, I should put all my money in Bitcoin, or I should put all my money in Google 20 years ago, or I tell you what, if I'd invested in that property, I'd be, you know, free today. And I think that's rubbish. I think that actually, if I've looked at the wealthiest people that I've worked with now for over 20 odd years, it's the consistency that actually gives you your freedom. It's the ongoing. It's the making this commitment to, I am going to put in this much money, you know, per month on an ongoing basis. That's what's going to get you the freedom. And so myth number 3 is that there's another great deal out there. Like if I just use the Wealth Migrate platform, you know, we've got 3 deals coming up and people are like, which one's the best? And I'm like, they all are. So what I mean by that is I'm a big believer in diversification. And so I don't believe one is better than the other. They've all got pros and cons. But by investing in all 3, and I'm going to share this with you a little bit later, you're going to be achieving a lot more. You're going to be reducing your risk, as an example, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just an example of myth number 3 is a lot of people have analysis paralysis and they sit back and they say, well, I'm going to wait for the perfect deal. And I don't believe it exists. I believe it's the consistency that works. And funny enough, Judd, who's one of our partners and who taught our mastermind a couple of months ago about industrial property in America, he had a statistic that was fascinating. If you keep investing, even in downturns, you'll be 30% wealthier when you retire than if you try and pick the market, like if you try and time the market. That's interesting, eh? So if you just keep going in a logical, methodical way, you're going to be 30% wealthier when you retire than if you try and time the market. Is this starting to make sense? Just by the way, it's when I share this stuff, like I can't express and explain to you how deep the substance is behind this, but yet we've tried so hard to make it simple. And it always worries me that people go, oh, that looks too simple. And I think that's what we've been indoctrinated when it comes to the financial industry in general is that they've tried to make it so complex and so difficult that none of us know what's going on. We don't trust ourselves, and therefore we have to trust others, and we have to pay them stupid fees, and like, for me, the sense of freedom that you should be getting by seeing this, because it's literally a case of, I can do this. So just to show you here quickly, and I want to go to Wealth Going Global here quickly, just 2 seconds. I've gone through this quite quickly today. I'm just going to go in and, sorry, I didn't have it open. So this, a year ago, we used to just show people, and we used to just basically get them, give them these different tools. And then Shane challenged me earlier this year, and it was also because a number of our masterminders were still struggling, because I show them and I say, hey, you can do this in 60 minutes, but people still were like a little bit like, well, I don't quite know what to do. So Shane and I worked very hard together to build an entire course, and we call it Wealth Going Global. And I'll talk a little bit more about it later. But what we basically do is we take you through like the different countries. So here's your five whys. Then we take you through the different countries. We take you through the different currencies. So you learn the top 5 countries to invest, the top 5 currencies to invest, the top 15 assets to invest, how to find the right partners, and how to do it, it over time. And what's so cool here is you can do it all yourself. And Shane's already shared with you the links so that you can do it all yourself. Or you could do Wealth Going Global, and it actually auto-populates it for you. But again, it's all your stuff. But it's you do it over 5 modules. So it actually holds your hand through the process. And there your 5 modules are. So you'll see there that mine's exactly the same, but it's just printed all out, and it's all done for me. And then what's awesome is that you also finish off with an investor strategy sheet, and you basically now know not only why you want to do it, how and what, but you've also got the where. So, here are the countries you want to invest in, here are the currencies, here are the assets, etc. So if you're wanting to do Wealth Going Global, you'll literally walk away with a wealth plan. It takes 5 modules. So that might take you 5 days. It might take you 5 weeks, but it might take you a weekend. But when you've done it, you literally walk away with your wealth plan and your investor strategy report. I like, for me, this is one of those moments where, like, having done this for 20 plus years, where I literally, like, I just want to go, because it's so nice for people now. It's so easy. It's so simple. Karibo has said, where can I invest as a teenager still in school? Great. So firstly, Karibo, like, I hope Karabo, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Like, dude, I'm not sure, man, woman, but just like, serious congratulations for being here if you're still in school. There are so many people on here that are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, even 70s, and they just dream that they could learn this knowledge when they were still in school. So firstly, huge kudos to you. All your friends are out doing something else on a Saturday, and you here, like, I guarantee you're going to be successful one day. So well done on that. And secondly, there are platforms that you can invest, including Wealth Migrate, where you can invest when you're still in school. My son has been investing since he was 5. My what's it called? My goddaughter, I'm going to share a picture with you. She started investing when she was 12. So it's certainly possible in terms of, getting it going. And Jay is helping driving teams to get easier access. So yeah, completely, Jay. Warren Buffett started investing when he was 13. Okay. So that is Wealth Going Global. I'll talk more about that later if people are interested. But effectively, you've got how to choose the top 5 countries, the top 5 currencies, the top 15 assets, how to find the right partners, how to build a wealth plan over time, and how to use technology. If you are interested, just type in there WGG in Wealth Going Global, and then the team can send you information later in terms of it. But yeah, it's a home study course that we put together in terms of where we're at. So yeah, just type in there WGG. I'll talk more about it later. So just a quick one as we go to the third one. So I'm going to go till just short, another sort of 40 odd minutes, and then we're going to take a break. And people can kind of have a break in terms of that. So Loretta's already doing WGG, fantastic. So let's just go to the investment categories. And once again, Shane has shared the resources with you. So you can actually go in and you're going to have all the different resources. So you're going to have the investment terminology, you're going to have the commercial real estate asset classes, and you're going to have the real estate asset chain. And for me, again, what we're trying to do here is we want you to walk away with a resource library. Again, if you want to do it all on your own, we're literally giving you the information. We're saying, here's the information, go do it on your own if you want to. But what we're also doing is we're trying to share with you better ways of doing it so that you've got the methodologies in terms of where it is. So the question is, do you want to invest in America? Do you want to invest in England? Do you want to invest in Europe? Do you want to invest in Australia? Do you want to invest in South Africa or one of the other 200 countries on the planet? Then the question is, what do you invest in? What are the different, assets? And, it's bank products, financial products, bonds, stocks, REITs, real estate, residential, real estate, commercial, crypto, and I could go on and on and on in terms of all the different investment types. So people get overwhelmed, where do I invest? What do I invest in? How do I do it in terms of what to do? So there's one thing that I just wanted to share with people, which is the real estate value chain. And this is something that I learned the hard way. So the average investor that's trying to invest in their average property actually has 16 different middlemen between them. So if you try and invest yourself in a property, there's 16 middlemen between you and your investment. And because of that, there's fees all the way through the process. There's very little trust in the system. There's very little transparency. And with the high fees, low returns, there's no alignment in terms of that overall process. And so myth number 4 for me is quite an important one. And that's that, I want to go out and I want to buy a single house. So, I often hear people, they say to me, oh, I want to diversify. I'm going to Manchester to buy a student accommodation. Or I found a company and they're going to help me find a house in England, and they're going to renovate it for me, and I'm going to stick tenants in, I'm going to manage it. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't work. I've done it 2,500 times. It doesn't work. The numbers look good on paper. The returns end up being much lower than you were expecting. There's much more cost than you were expecting. And there's a huge amount of hassle and complexity. And people are like, no. I'm like, trust me. I've read all the books. I've done all the courses. I've helped 2,500 other people do this. Plus, I've done it myself in England, Australia, America, and South Africa. It doesn't work. It's called mom and pop investing. It's what the middle class do and the professionals. It's how Dolph DeRoos and Robert Kiyosaki make money, because they tell middle class people how to do middle class things. Let me teach you what everyone else does, the top 1%. So if you take the different things in the value chain, you've got land zoning, then you've got the developer, then you've got the investor, then you've got a fund or a REIT, and then you've got you. Let's talk about the returns. A land developer is looking for a return of about 30%. I'm talking IRR. And again, you've got the investment terminology now, so you can go and look up what that means. It's internal rate of return. And again, some people go, oh, but they don't get 30%. I'm like, I know. They don't always get it, but it's a target return. So a land developer is looking for 30%. A developer is looking for 25%. An investor is looking for 20%. A REIT, a pension fund, a property fund, is generally looking for an income of 5 to 8%. They like to buy income. Think about it. If you have a pension, what do you want from a pension? You want them to pay you income every month. So what do? They go and buy income. And then finally, you and I come along and we're trying to beat inflation, and we're wondering why 99% of us are failing the race at the end, because we're at the end of the value chain. So the question that I've got for you is, do you want to be at the end of the value chain? And people go, oh, yeah, but Scott, this is blah, 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 blah. I go, cool, go read about it. Go to my LinkedIn, and go and read the article on how the wealth is created in real estate, and go and read this from the Business Day, about this group called Robosis and Billion, and how Billion was the developer and Robosis was the fund, and the developer was making all his money selling the assets into the fund that was then listed on the stock exchange, and all of you and I were investing in it and getting rubbish returns because the properties were overvalued. And again, it was owned by the same person. Now, I've seen this happen so many times in the last 2 decades, where the majority of money is made by investors selling property to funds and REITs. And yet, then we're right at the bottom of the chain, because we then invest with all the middlemen and all the costs. So the question I always have to people is, why don't you go up the value chain? Why don't you go up the value chain and be an investor? Why don't you go and buy an industrial building in Phoenix? Or why don't you go and start and do a new development in London? And these are the excuses I get. It sounds too good to be true. I don't have the access. There's too many scams. I don't know how. Too much compliance, too complicated. The time and the effort. Need the right structures. Don't have the time. How do I protect myself? But in simple terms, it comes down to 3 myths. Myth number 5 is I don't have the money. People say, oh, I don't have the money. I can't do that. And they switch off. It's rubbish. I'm going to share with you today, you can get started from $10. Every single person that is on this call has the ability to get started. The second one is I don't have the knowledge. Well, on the internet nowadays, there's so much knowledge out there. The challenge is that most people don't need more knowledge than need more direction. And that's really, really important. So again, I don't believe you can live on, I don't have the money. And I also don't believe you can live on, I don't have the knowledge, because you're going to get access to the right information and the right partners by just sitting here for the rest of the morning. And the third one is I don't have the time. Now again, 10 years ago, maybe. 10 years ago, you had to come on a plane with me. You had to fly around the world. You had to come to England. You had to come to America. You had to come to Australia. Yeah, maybe you didn't have the time. Now, if you invest 4 hours of your life, which you're doing already this morning, you can compress time, you can get the knowledge you need, and you can get started. Does that make sense? So I like to use this analogy of a friend of mine, and he was using an Uber. Now, if you take an Uber, before Uber arrived, I would arrive at London Airport, Heathrow. I'd phone a taxi company, and they would, phone a taxi driver, who would phone someone else, and he would come and pick me up. Generally, they were like 2 hours late to Heathrow. I'd get in the car. If I didn't know where I was going, they'd drive me the long way around. It'd be a huge amount of fees. It was always a bloody fight. It was so unpleasant. And then Uber came along, and literally anyone that has a smartphone now has access to a private driver. And it literally cuts out the middlemen, it cuts out the costs, and it dramatically increases the trust, the transparency, and the alignment. So let me just repeat that. It cuts out the costs, it cuts out the middlemen, and it dramatically increases the trust, the transparency, and the accessibility. So if you see this picture, this was a friend of mine that left his cell phone in the Uber, and the next thing the Uber just came back to give it back to him. And it just encapsulates how technology changes an industry. Well, if you use that mindset, why can't we use technology to just go up the value chain, to cut out all the middlemen, to cut out all the costs, and to be able to invest like an investor? We call those income producing assets. They're existing buildings like this one. They're real buildings that have a real return. And then you've got growth projects that are developments where you can actually invest in a new development and partner with a developer in terms of that process. So what do we do? In simple terms, we help people use technology to invest in quality alternative assets. So what is an alternative asset? Well, that's commercial property, that's private equity, that's structured notes, it's gold, it's silver. I mean, there's 15 different assets in terms of the process. And we do it in a way and people know two different words. One is fractionalization and one is crowdfunding. It's the same thing, really. It's a group of people coming together who then have the power to invest like the institutions. So in the old days, they only wanted to deal with the super wealthy because you had to deal one-to-one with people. But with technology now, a whole bunch of us can come together and we can put our money together and we can invest. As an example, I'm investing in Manhattan right now. I've never been able to invest in Manhattan. It's far too expensive, Manhattan, New York. It's too expensive for me. I can't participate. And yet, by partnering with other people, whether you want to call it crowdfunding or fractionalization, it's the same thing. In simple terms, it's partnering. We're doing a $10 million deal, $10 million, and I can participate along with other investors, and we can take down that deal, and I can get access to a deal that I previously never had access to. But there's only one way to do it, partnering. So there's very strong fundamentals in the global alternative asset space. You know, literally over the last 10 years, it's grown from 3.1 trillion to 10.2 trillion, and it's growing every single year. More and more money is going from wealthy people from the stock market to alternative assets, which are physical assets in terms of that process. And again, you can literally see here, of the ultra high net worths, and that's people over 30 million, they have more than 50% of their portfolios invested in alternative assets now. It's expected to be 14 trillion by 2023. 87% of private investors are planning on maintaining or increasing their allocation to alternative investments. So the question you've got to be asking yourself is, are you? And Loretta, I'm going to go into the different investments just now, but one of the things we do in Wealth Going Global is actually going through the 15 different assets. So it might be subsectors, like you've got commercial property, it might be industrial, medical, I'm just trying to think of all of them. You've got office, you've got retail, you've got co-living, you've got aged care, you've got first mortgage debt, you've got structured notes, you've got private equity, you've got ETFs, you've got gold and silver, you've got crypto, you've got venture capital, etc. So I'm just giving, I mean, there's lots. There's fine wine and antiques, there's, you know, etc., etc. So there's many, many different alternative assets. But in simple terms, an alternative asset, so a stock market is where it's called a secondary market. It's where, you know, you invest through the stock market, and there's lots of fees, lots of costs, and lots of middlemen. The primary market is where you invest directly in the asset. And that's generally what an alternative asset is. It's not on the stock market. So you're investing directly in the asset, and you're not susceptible to the sentiment, emotional sentiment swings of the stock market. And that's why people, the wealthy people, continue to invest in alternative assets, because it not only protects their wealth, but it actually gets them far better returns. So here's a good example of why people have been looking at alternative assets. You know, it's had a huge growth over the last 10 years. People are worried about the equity market. They're worried about where the world is going. They really want to have diversification. They're also worried about, you know, if your money's in the New York Stock Exchange and the London Stock Exchange and the Sydney Stock Exchange, if one of those stock exchanges goes down, they all go down. So there's a huge amount of correlation. And so people want to be out of that you know, financial network, so that if you own a property, it doesn't go up and down if the stock market goes up and down, as an example. They're looking, you know, most investors are looking for ways to get better returns than just the average. They also want to risk adjust. So they want to reduce the risk. And then lastly, you know, when you go to the typical financial industry product, they kind of just stick you in a box, and they go like, are you low risk, medium risk, or high risk? And then they kind of stick you in a box. And what most people are realizing is that the returns there are actually horrendous, and they want to do better than that. So they want to do better with lower risk, but they want to get better returns on their money. And you can actually see here, This was done over 25 years. And the orange is private equity, and the blue is the S&P 500, which is the stock market. And you can actually see that the stock market over 25 years got an average of about 8% return, but actually had more risk. So if you look here, it had more risk. The stock market had more risk. Private equity had better returns. It was about 12% with less risk. And Wealth Migrate over the last 10 years has got a return of about 14%. So you can see here that, you know, it becomes very important when you look at a risk-return ratio. What do we do? Well, we've got members in over 170 countries. We've got investors now from that. I need to update that actually. It's 71 countries. But we only focus on first world assets. So we focus on America, we focus on Europe, we focus on Australia, and we focus on England. For now, with time, we will expand. But for now, it's about wealth preservation, being in first world assets that are earning first world income. How do we do it? Well, we go out and we deal with all the different partners around the world. We aggregate and bring it together. We put it on our marketplace, and then we allow, you know, you and I to be able to invest directly in it. And so I tend to say to people, well, if you really want all the detail, there's a huge amount of parts involved in investing. Lawyers, brokers, due diligence, tax, deal tracking, you know, legal and compliance, KYC, AML, banks, you know, local jurisdictions, country due diligence, partner due diligence, etc. But if you want to simplify it, just like Uber does with my cell phone, there's 4 simple steps. On the Wealth Migrate platform, you can literally sign up for free, you can set up your account, you can browse and invest, and you can earn an income, knowing that everything below the iceberg is actually taking place. So what do we look for when it comes to investments? We're looking for institutional quality. I spoke earlier about mom and pops. I'm not interested in buying houses. That's where middle-class investors, it's overcrowded. There's lots of people trying to do it, and therefore there's not great returns. That's why it's called mom and pop investing. You want to go above, you want to get out of the rat race. You want to go above that. You want to play at the institutional level. You also want to look at lower investment amounts. So you want to unlock institutional deals, but be able to invest with less money. And then also with the institutional level deals, you want institutional level partners. So you want people that are partners that are in a highly regulated environment where you and I can participate. And that's where I joke with people, but in simple terms, it's about getting the right information and the right partners. So my invitation to you is, let's take, I don't know about you, and put it in the chat box for me. I need 5 minutes to have a quick coffee break. We got a lot of information to share. And as you can see, like, I'm racing against the clock. I got 28 years worth of knowledge that I want to download for you in 4 hours. So we can take a half an hour break if you want. But the point being is that then you're going to waste 25 minutes of time and knowledge. So my thing is we should take 5 minutes. Would you agree with that? Everyone happy with 5 minutes? If you say no, I can go higher. 5 minutes. Yep. Okay, great. So the time now is 9:33. I'm going to get going at 9:39. Okay. And Shane is going to put on some music for us. I'm going to leave the screen up. I'm literally just going to switch my camera off for 5 minutes, go and have a quick coffee break, stand up. What I'd recommend you do, stand up, have a bit of a stretch, get the blood flowing. Remember that ultimately your presence is going to be determined by, you know, how alive you're feeling as well. So that's why I'm very consciously getting you off your bums. Go and get some coffee, go to the toilet, synthesize a little bit of what you've spoken about. And I'm going to go quickly and I'll come back and answer some of these questions that have come up as well. Cool. I'll literally see you back in 5 minutes. Cheers. Shane, over to you for music. Welcome back, everyone. And just a couple of comments that I think are very valuable here. Two comments that I just read that I wanted to just go to quickly. So the first one was, Karabo said, please can you take me through the steps of investing as little as $10 because I'm still in school and I don't have income yet. I'm still reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I'm not done yet. So yeah, Karabo, you're in the right place. I'm going to take you through that now over the next couple of steps. And then another very valuable comment from Derek. If I may share my experience with setting up the wealth plan, be realistic, set realistic goals. If you set yourself an unattainable goal, you'll feel like you're failing and lose interest. So I completely agree with that. I think that's such a valuable insight that Derek is providing. And that for me is the same for everything. Okay. So, you know, I often find when people set goals, they're like, I'm going to lose 20 kilos in a month. And then like they don't like lose, you know, or maybe they lose 2 kilos in the month and they're like, oh, and then they give up. But the point is, if you know, I always feel very strongly, you've got to be very precise in your thinking of like what you're wanting to achieve, because there's nothing better than momentum. You know, so it's better to say, I'm going to make $100 passive income and achieve it, and then go, okay, now I've made 100, I'm going to make 500. And then once you make 500, make 1,000. And then once you made 1,000, make 5,000 or whatever. But the more you do that, the more you're gonna be in that cycle of success. Okay, let's go to step 4, partners and due diligence. So, where's the mask on? There it is. So now we go into the what category. So again, Shane's got this in the resources, and you can literally go through everything I'm about to share with you. You'll have the cheat sheets which are in the resource guide. So where did this all start in terms of this due diligence? And it really started with this book, Property Going Global. And I had been watching Clem Sunter for a number of years. And Clem Sunter is one of the top scenario planners in the world. And I sort of kept watching him. And I thought, well, what's the point of like just listening to this guy if I don't actually come up with ways or systems to make decisions? So I created a 4-dimensional model. And I was a little bit embarrassed to share it with him, so I didn't share it with him for a year. And then after a year, I shared it with him. And I said, look, Clem, I've taken all your scenarios, both for the global and local, and I've built out these models. What do you think? And I was a bit embarrassed to share it with him. And anyway, he came back to me a couple of days later, and he was like, this is amazing. Like, you really need to you know, share this with others. You need to write a book. I was like, what? A book? I never thought of writing a book. But when Clem Sunter says he'll endorse the book, then, you know, that gives you a bit of motivation. So I wrote the book, Property Going Global. It came out in 2013, and Clem Sunter endorsed it. And the reason that I wrote the book was that 80% of people that invest overseas lose money, statistically, when I did the research. 80%. So you're all on here, you know, a whole bunch of you, and you're all wanting to not only protect your capital, but grow your capital. And yet 80% of people were losing money. And so I wrote this book with the logic of, even if you don't invest with me, I don't care. Read the book, because I'll teach you, you know, all the different components that are important so that you can at least ask the right questions. So that's really where it came from. And we sort of shared our due diligence systems, etc. But if you take it now, and again, in Wealth Going Global, I go into this in a lot more detail, where we take you through how the whole due diligence process works. And I know that there's a number of auditors and accountants and highly sophisticated investors and business owners that have done the course and have really, you know, given me positive feedback in terms of the depth that we've gone into in this due diligence process. So I am, you know, again, for today's perspective, I don't want to overwhelm people, but we do have a thing called GIDS, our Global Investment Due Diligence System, and we got GIDS 1, which is residential, and we got GIDS 2, which is commercial. But let me show you in a picture version of how it works. So we go out and we try and find the sponsors, the partners that we want to deal with. We then do a due diligence on that partner. We then have an investment committee that makes a decision. We then do a webinar where we basically talk about the partner and the deals that they've got. Then we do a due diligence on the deals. So notice what we're doing here. There's a due diligence on the partner first, and then the deal. Then there's a decision around the deal. Then basically you've got where it's all put together about the deal. There's a fact sheet about the deal, and ultimately it's put on the platform. Then the deal goes live on the platform. So this is the Wealth Migrate platform. Then we start to equity raise on the platform. We close the deal. That's called a book build. So we close the deal. Then the money, we have to structure it, and there's compliance and money flows, etc., which all has to be done in a legal way. Then you basically implement the investment. So now you own the investment. Then there's deal distribution. So most of the investments pay out either monthly or quarterly. So you need to get paid back your income every month or quarter. Then there's the deal tracking. Is the deal on track or not? Then finally, after a period of time, some of them are 1 year, some of them are 5 years, the deal will exit. Ultimately, now you've earned your income all the way through the process, plus you get your capital gains, you get the return of your capital, and then finally it all goes back in your wallet, and that money can invest in other deals, other opportunities. So that's it on one page, and sort of how it works in terms of the process. So myth number 8 that I like to share with people is I can do all the due diligence on my own. And this one's really an interesting one because they talk about the rule of 10,000 hours, which means it takes about 10 years to really learn something. And, I've been investing in London since 2002, in Australia since 2009, in America since 2011, and Europe more recently, only in the last 3 years. But what's really interesting is that these systems have evolved not only through my own knowledge, but through a huge group of other investors. And we sort of brought them together and again, collaboration. And so what I tend to say to someone is, even if you're highly sophisticated and you're a highly sophisticated investor in Australia, and now suddenly you want to invest in America, there's a whole lot of new learnings you need to have. And so for me, myth number 8 is that I strongly believe you should do your own due diligence and take accountability and look at stuff. But I don't believe you have to create all the systems yourself. I fundamentally believe you can partner so that you don't have to do it all yourself in terms of that process. Just in terms of a bird's eye view of how the money works. So you and I are investors and we want to invest. And we basically we use a system called Lemonway. They're the biggest digital wallet provider in Europe. They've got 8 million wallets. They're backed by European legislation. Plus, some of the top banks in Europe. But each one of us has our own digital wallet. So I'm going to show you this live just now. We then, have the ability on the marketplace, Wealth Migrate, to be able to go and look at investment opportunities. And as an example, there's the Manhattan deal. And I say, right, I want to invest in the Manhattan deal. We then aggregate everyone's money together. We set up a tax-efficient structure. It's called an SPV. And then we basically own the building. When that building pays out, the money gets put into the deal wallet, and then it gets distributed into everyone's wallets individually. And those wallets they're your wallets. You're in complete control of your money. And if you want to invest the money back in a new deal, or if you want to go on holiday to Disney World, it's your choice in terms of the process. So again, simplicity is power, but ultimately for me, this is the overall process in terms of how it works. In terms of the sponsors and how we designate them. So this is not our system. This is what's used around the world. And what's quite important here is we made a decision a couple of years ago. Sometimes there's this different financial lingo, cash on cash, internal rate of return, hurdles, waterfalls, etc. And we decided, rather than dumb everything down, we wanted to rather educate people so that you could speak the language. I know Derek calls it the investment language. Because what's important is that if we dumb it down, then you're not going to be able to go to other people and compare apples with apples because, the lingo will change. And so again, this is the lingo that is used around the world to define a partner. So a tenured partner is someone whose team has 50 years experience. The company's been going for 15 years and they've got over $1 billion under management. An established partner is 40 years, 7 to 15 years at least experience. Company's been going and 500 million. Developed is 30 years experience, 3 to 6 years and 200 million. And emerging is 20 years plus. Company's been going for less than 3 years and they've got less than 200 million. Make sense? Just give me a thumbs up. Yes, no. I always wonder whether like people are with me or not in terms of this process. So let me give you an example. Here's a 10-year partner, Feldman Equities. These guys are in Florida in America. We've done 2 different deals with them. They've got over 100 years experience. They've been going for 40-something years, 43, 44 years. They've done 7 recessions. They've got over $3 billion in properties. They've got over $100 million invested themselves, and they've got 4 million square feet of office. Can we agree that that's a 10-year partner? They own buildings like the ones you see in front. So they own the big financial buildings that the banks rent. Just by the way, would you like to own buildings like this? I certainly would. So here's an example of a building we invested in with them. So this was right in COVID. And you can actually see this was a really good deal. So we bought this bank building, and I never thought I would ever own a building like this, but I do. I own this building along with, lots of other investors and my partner, Feltman, But ultimately, this is getting a 9% cash on cash. We literally bought this in December 2020. And interestingly enough, just last week, like I said, not everything always works. So we've got 2 deals with them. Both of them have been working really well. But this deal is continuing to work really well. But the other deal, because of the interest rates rising, is actually needing to do a capital call so that they can stabilize the property. So it doesn't always go according to plan. And this is the beauty for me of you're dealing with a partner with 100 years experience, 7 different recessions. They don't panic. They don't run away. They don't steal your money. They acknowledge that there's a problem in the market, which, by the way, they can't control. No one can control what's happened in the American market with the interest rates going up. To be honest, it's all over the world. But they've come back with a solution. They've gone, yeah, this is what we can do. And it just shows you the substance of dealing with a partner like this. Then you've got a team like MAG. So these guys are industrial. They've been going for 4 decades. They're in Texas. And, they've got 300 million assets, 43 properties. They've got an average return of about 18% over their 43 properties and an average cash on cash of 9%. So it's another established partner that we deal with. And again, this was a building that we did with them. So it's not as sexy as a bank building, but I actually really like industrial. And it was a big industrial logistics company, and it's getting us an 8.3% return over a 6-year period. And you can see here, sponsor is tenured, risk, we're going to talk about this now, and the deal is industrial. So I probably should have shown you here, sponsors tenured. So you can start to see how it works. Then you've got a structured note. So the first 2 I showed you were property or real estate. This is a different type of instrument. And here, you can see again, the sponsor is tenured. You're dealing with IDAD and Cashbox, and the bank is BNP Paribas. That is a AAA rated bank, in the world. And again, this was a 15% cash on cash. So there's no capital growth in this, but a 15%. But it just gives you an example of the different types. And then you've got an emerging partner. So DWG is a deal that we've done. So this gentleman, Judd Dunning, has over 20 years of experience himself, but his company is newer. It's only been going 3 years, where he's gone on his own. He was doing it for all the institutions, and now he's gone on his own. And so you can see that he's an emerging sponsor. And this deal we did last year, again, an industrial logistics building with an office park, and it was about an 8% return. And I mean, they pay monthly, and we've been earning our dividends all the way through the process with regards to it. So it just gives you an example of the different types of returns. But if you take myth number 9, it's that, even if you've got $100 million, you can go out and just do the deals, yourself, find the deals yourself. And from my experience, that's not the truth. You've got to have partners on the ground, a guy like Judd, that's in all the markets. We actually closed a deal in July this year with our mastermind participants, which was off market. No one knew about it. It came through. It was actually a Canadian investor in Phoenix, Arizona, and they got themselves into some trouble. He managed to do an off-market deal We bought the building and for about $10 million. And immediately when we bought the building, we locked in $1 million worth of value because we bought the building below market value. It had about a 7% return cash on cash and an internal rate of return of about 17%. And why I always say to people, you know, you think you can go and do it yourself, but I mean, you're competing with a guy that's been in this market for 20 plus years, has all the relationships, and more importantly, has the banking relationships. So he actually fixed the mortgage for 7 years in that process. And again, you know, you and I just don't have the ability. So, you know, compared to the institutional partners on the ground and also the ability to come together, we've got far more buying power than if we're just a bunch of individuals on our own. Karibo, in terms of your question, what does it mean on the sponsor saying emerging? You've got your cheat sheet. So go read the cheat sheet where it literally goes through what the different ones are. But if you remember, I did show you, it's this thing here. Where's it gone? Sorry, I'm going back a few slides here. No, I've gone too far. I'm just going to show you once. I won't do this every time because you've got it on the cheat sheets. There, that's the one. So that block is on the cheat sheets, and you can go read all about it in terms of understanding it better. And then this was just examples to show you how it actually works. So ladies and gentlemen, we've done step 4. Boom, boom. Now we go to step 5. It's just me getting excited. Is this starting to make sense? Is this starting to come together? There are. Thanks, Shane, for sharing the due diligence. Is this starting to make sense? I know it's a lot of content. I know it's a lot of substance. But if you're wanting to invest and you're wanting to invest internationally and you're wanting to build globally diversified passive income, this is the substance that you require. Right. Any investor that's investing should think about risk. Okay, so how do you manage risk? And obviously we work in a fairly, you know, legalized world from a compliance perspective as well in terms of, so again, you've got compliance and risk management, and you've got the deal risk categories, which are in your cheat sheet in terms of the process. So just a couple of things that are important. A year ago, when we did this, we were FSCA licensed, which is South African licensed. We're now a juristic rep under the FCA, which is in England. So we've been wanting to get to England for more than 2 years. We believe England's the best in the world. They're also very strong in fintech. And so we are now FCA England approved, with Lemonway, which is European approved. So we always aim to be a global platform to be able to help global investors. And we believe there's no better way to do that by having European and UK compliance. It's a defined financial product. It's got phase protection, which is the whole money laundering, et cetera. You got European cash custody. So again, we don't hold your money. It's in Lemonway, which is a third party, and your money is protected. So, you know, even if we were to go out of business, it doesn't matter because your money is protected. You've got multi-layers of compliance. You've got a transactional wallet, and then you've also got data protection. And then finally, you've got investor ring fencing. So what that is that if you put your money into a fund, all your money's in one place. So if one building works and one building doesn't work, you tend to get an average return. In this, each deal is ring fenced. So if one deal works and one deal doesn't work, the deal that doesn't work can't take down your deal that does work. So you've got very defined specific risk. We've done this very consciously to help you manage risk in terms of that process. Some things to safeguard your money. Now, again, I'm hoping you're sitting here going, I want my money protected. So firstly, you've got external cash custody, like I mentioned with Lemonway. You've got discretionary portfolio manager. So that's, you know, the license holder that's also looking after the portfolio. You've got investor accounts. So each investor has their own account. You've got ring-fenced deals. So like I just said to you, each deal is ring-fenced. You've got designated corporate members. So that effectively means you've got different entities around the world. You've got external custody of investments. So again, you know, internally we've got a team, but we've also got an external compliance officer that's overseeing everything. And then you've got operational and investor segregation. So again, there's the operational platform, there's the operational team, and then there's the investor segregation with regards to the FCA license in terms of that process. I know it's lots of big words. So what is it really saying? Well, your money is protected because it's in an individual bank account. Your deal is protected because each one is separate and individual. Even if we were to disappear, your money is protected and so your money is safe and the deal is safe. And then you've got the compliance to oversee in terms of this process. So let's talk about how we look at deals, basically. I just want to take a quick sip of water here. So when I do Wealth Going Global, I spend an entire module going through this in more detail, because this is all about managing risk. But in simple terms, the way that it works around the world is you've got return on the left-hand side. So you've got low return, high return. And at the bottom, you've got risk, low risk, high risk. And there's 4 categories generally that the investment world uses. They've got core, core plus, value add, and opportunistic. So again, this is in your cheat sheets. And if you want to go deeper, there's Wealth Going Global to give you all the knowledge. But in simple terms, whenever we look at a deal, it's either rated core, core plus, value add, or opportunistic. Now, what are these and how do they work? Well, a core is something which is low risk and generally low return. So that might be a building in central London. It's got a government tenant for 20 years. It might have quite a low return, but it's got very low risk, very blue chip investment. A core plus is the next level up. It might not be in central London or central New York like Manhattan. It might be in Atlanta or one of the secondary cities. But it's still very low risk, but it's getting you a better return. A value add is where there is some risk. There's some execution risk. There's some value add. So like as an example, you might be buying a multifamily, which is where you buy like 300 apartments, and you may be wanting to upgrade the apartments so that you can increase the rent. There's some level of execution risk. You know, you might buy a building that's only 70% tenanted, and you want to increase, that tenancy to 90, 95%. And by doing that, you're going to increase the rent. And by doing that, you're going to increase the value. So that's called a value add. And then finally, opportunistic, that tends to be like a new development. That's where it tends to be the highest return, but equally it's the most risk in terms of the process. So to give you just a good example of this, those 2 buildings I just spoke about with Feltman, the one was a core plus, and they actually have the interest rate locked in to 2032. So there's no risk until 2032. But the other building was a value add. And so they couldn't lock the interest rates in. And because of that, now the interest rates have risen. It's created problems. And so these things become really, really important to understand, depending on the type of return you're wanting to make and the type of risk that you want to take. And again, I've given you a quick overview today. You've got the cheat sheet, and if you want to go into a lot more detail, we've got Wealth Going Global to explain it. So what are some of the investor needs? The first one is the emotions. It's how do I deal with this? What do I need to do? It's why we've got communities, and things where we're trying to help people deal with those emotions. The next one is safety of funds. People want to know, like, the money is in segregated wallets, the money's in segregated deals, the money is protected. The third thing in the process is diversification. I feel very strongly that, you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. You should be diversified across different assets, different countries, different currencies, different partners, and even across time. You want alignment of interest. So, we always say when we're looking for a partner, there's 3 things we're looking for a partner. The one is that they've got at least 10 years experience. The second is that they've got a niche focus. So they literally focused on one niche. And the third is that they're putting their own money into the deal. And that's what we call alignment of interest, because we want to make sure that there's an alignment between the sponsor, the partner, ourselves, and the investors. We want to make sure that everyone is aligned in that process. Then you want to have a centralized access point. I don't know about you guys. I don't like complexity. I don't want to have to go and find stuff here and there and there and there and there and 27 different apps. I just want to have everything in one place and make it easy for me. I want an ease of transaction. I want to be able to go and invest. And, if you've ever bought a house, you'll know what I'm talking about, how difficult it is So I want it to be easy for me in terms of, how to do this. I want access to the information. There's lots of information out there. There's plenty of information on the internet, but I want access to the right information. I want access to the right partners. I want regular reporting. So, I want to be able to know what's going on. Are the buildings working? Are they not working? So that I can understand. And if they're not working, why they're not working? And then I want to de-risk. So again, you can never remove the risk completely, but if you use certain methodologies, you can dramatically reduce the risk. And I've explained a number of them today in the process. So one last question that I get asked in this section is around tax and structuring. And one of the myths here is that a lot of people get caught up in tax and structuring. We deal with a family office called Calio at our mastermind level. And, they reckon that people need literally millions of dollars before they really need to worry about international tax, international structuring, etc. So you need to be careful, because often people get put in a box. They go, set up a structure in the Seychelles or in Mauritius or the BVI or, the Isle of Man or something. And often these structures, the companies are just trying to put you in a box, and then they try and sell you more products in that box. And you need to be very, very careful. There's a lady that I met a couple of years ago, or a year or two ago. She got paid an inheritance in 2014. It's been sitting in a bank account in rands in South Africa, and she didn't do anything because she didn't know how to do the tax and structuring. And unfortunately, over the last nearly, 9 years, the rand has halved. It's literally devalued. It is halved. So she could have put it in any tax and structuring. She could have put it in a bank, and she'd be better off now. And so be very careful to not use that as an excuse. And one of the things I like about platforms is I can start investing with $10, $100, $1,000. You don't need a complicated, fancy structure, to be able to do that. You can just get started. You can learn while doing. And one of the things that we do is that our structures, we do our best to make sure they're as tax efficient as possible. So we obviously can't get the tax right for every individual, because they're all in different countries and they need to take care of their own individual tax reporting. But the structure is as efficient as possible. So as an example, if you invest in America as an individual, there's 30% withholding tax. So if you make $100, the IRS, the tax man, is going to keep $30. But if you've got a tax blocker, then they don't. And then you just pay the usual corporate tax, which is less than 10%. So it's a dramatic difference. It's a 20% difference on your return. And that's an example of what we mean in terms of the tax blockers. So I got a question to ask you. And, a lot of you, have been here, and a lot of you, for me, there's a huge amount of information. And I love this picture, because I've been blamed for many, many years that when you're listening to me, it's like drinking from a fire hose. And who here would attest that, it's a little bit overwhelming. And I'm very happy to acknowledge that and own that. There's a lot of information I'm sharing. You can see there's a huge amount of substance, and I'm just sharing with you the top of the iceberg on purpose, because if I go too deep, you'll literally be so confused. Loretta's asking, what is a tax blocker? Again, Loretta, that's another hour-long conversation, but in simple terms, it's a tax-efficient structure that helps you invest in a tax-efficient way legally. So can I ask you a question? I asked you a question up front, and I said, what would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning a passive income without any hassle or complexity? And then I asked you a second question, and I said, how would you like a system which will statistically help you get there 70% faster, safer, and simpler? Now, between myself and my partners, we've been trying to figure out how to make this easy for people. And my question to you is, can I share with you, again, you've got a choice. You can do it all on your own. I've given you 5 out of the 9 steps. And by the way, when just now we're going to come back and I'm going to do the remaining 4 steps. But we're giving you all the context. You can literally go and do it all on your own. Or you can do what I think is the easy way, through partnering. And my question is, can I have your permission to share a way that you can literally do it, a system which will be 70% faster, safer, and simpler? Yes or no? If you say no, it's fine. I'll just keep going. I know how to do it, so it doesn't bother me. Okay, so I got a couple of yeses here from people in terms of the process. Okay, cool. So some of you have seen this, some of you on the challenge. So I just wanted to share with you something that my business partner, Alex, actually came up with. So we started off, and the whole thing is to live a life unlimited. And ultimately, we believe that you do that through smart investing. And what's interesting is that if I dumb down everything I've said to you for the last nearly 2 hours, and it is over 2 hours, if I dumb down everything, it comes down to two things. How do you get the right information, and how do you find the right partners? How do you get the right information, and how do you find the right partners? And so if you take that into context, and this is the formula that we've come up with around diversification. So ultimately, it's about passive income. You're wanting to build globally diversified passive income. And what do you need to do? Well, you need to diversify across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. That's it. That's the formula. So I got a question for you, and I love this because it shifts people's brains and it helps you get direct. So I've got an extremely direct question for you, and it's going to help teach the lesson of what I'm trying to say. Imagine you had a serious medical condition. So you go and see your doctor, and they literally say, you've got a serious medical condition. You have to lose 10 to 15 kilos as quickly as possible. Now, this is just an example. I hope this never happens, but it is going to illustrate a very, very important point. Because I remind you, the doctor has literally said, you have to lose 10 to 15 kilos. It's literally life or death for you from a health perspective. So again, it's not a I would like to do this, or maybe, it's I have to do this. Now the question is, you're given two options. The first option is you can go buy a course. You can go buy a home study course. It's a workout plan, and you can get up in the morning and you can do your exercises on the home study course. And the second option is you hire a top-level trainer, and they turn up at your house every single morning at 5 a.m. They hold you accountable. They're out there. They've got you doing your weights and your exercise and your running. Which one do you think you would choose in terms of the confidence of getting you more results? Now, I remind you, this is life or death. Okay, and I'm making this dramatic on purpose. This is life or death. You have to lose 10 to 15 kilos. Would you go option one, the home study and trying to do it on your own? Or would you go option two, getting a coach? So I can see Rudy saying the trainer, Archie saying option two. Anyone else? Karabo saying the coach. Sanet number two. Smangele, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Number two. Tyrone number two. Yeah, and the reason I'm asking you to put this in, I'm wanting you to be honest with yourself, because these, things, and my coach is Alex, lovely Trevor. Tammy number two, Jay, a coach. I'm doing this on purpose because obviously this is a hypothetical story, but it helps you make the right decisions. So I believe the same becomes true for your wealth. And, again, not in one day, not in 1 month, maybe not even in 1 year, but certainly over a 10-year period. If you said that I want to have the passive income and it's life or death, it must happen, you almost can use the same metaphor to help you make these decisions. If you said to yourself, I want globally diversified passive income, are you just going to keep trying to do it all on your own and go and read some books and go on some courses, or you're literally going to partner with people that are going to hold you to account to help you get those results? And for some investors, the super experienced, the sophisticated, the confident, or just those that are motivated beyond belief, you can go out and you can literally do some of our home study courses. We've got the systems, we've got the tools, and just back to that metaphor, it's everything the doctor ordered for you. Because like I said to you, you need the right information and the right partners. And we've literally built it. So we built Wealth Going Global to provide you with the right information. It literally teaches you how to choose the top 5 countries to invest in, how to choose the top 5 currencies to invest in, how to choose the top 15 assets to invest in, how to find the right partners to invest in and avoid 80% of the mistakes that everyone else makes. and then ultimately how to build your plan, your wealth plan over time in terms of it. So they're the 5 different modules, and there's a bonus module on how to use technology. So if you want the right information, I'm not aware, and again, this book, Property Going Global, I wrote it 10 years ago. What Shane did was said, listen, let's not write another book. Let's create a home study course with the 10-year upgrade. And a lot changed for me. You know, I was doing residential up until 2013. I did my first commercial property in 2014. And since then, I've done a whole bunch of alternative assets, structured notes, and whatever. So not only did we have to do that upgrade, but a lot has changed in the world. And by doing the course, we could make it a lot more interactive. I always joke with people, the only people that ever read this book was my mother. Jokes, but you get my point. Whereas, you know, because a book is very passive, but a course can be interactive. Every single week, you're walking away with action steps in terms of where you're at. So if you want the right information and you want globally diversified passive income, I'm not aware of a course that will teach you how to do that. And then in terms of the partners, you know, one of the things that, you know, I think I'm pretty good at after 20 plus years of doing this is finding the right partners from around the world so that you come and meet them. So as part of our mastermind, I invite them live and they come and share about an asset class. You know, if they take industrial property in America, they go deep into what is that asset class? What are the opportunities? What are the risks? How does it all work? And what this allows you to do as an investor is now you're not only getting the right information, but you're also getting access to the right partners. And so we call that asset class mastery. And for me, you know, wealth going global is the right information and asset class mastery is the right partners. And again, you can go and do it yourself, just back to that analogy of the doctor. But we've proven for over 2 decades that this works. You know, this is the knowledge and you know, we've helped thousands and thousands of people do it. But what we've learned over time, and even more so probably over the last year to 2 years, is that there needs to be a more effective option. Something ridiculous like 96% of people that buy a course or a book never actually finish the course or the book. 96%. It's unbelievable. And so what we wanted to do, and something that started about 1.5 years ago, and actually, funny enough, it was up here. Where's it gone now? I'm just looking quickly. Karabu said, can you be my mentor in life and business? And Karabu, I've been asked that for a long time now. And so it's something we started with Mastermind where I could work with people, you know, and help them. But what we realized is that this is not the Scott Pickens show. This has got to get bigger than myself in terms of helping people. So I believe very strongly that coaches can really help you get your results and actually help you go through the wealth system and build your portfolio in terms of that process. So what we basically believe, and certainly from I've had coaches my whole life since my early 20s. I fundamentally believe that if there's an area of your life you want to be better in, you get a coach to help you. They'll support, they'll coach you, they'll hold you accountable every step of the way. But the question was how to do it at a lower cost than all the other options in terms of what's going on. And that, you know, that's why we always saying to ourselves, how can we do this, you know, simpler and safer? And so for me, it was using technology. You know, just like Uber changed the taxi industry, Airbnb changed the hotel industry, and Netflix changed the video industry. It's the exact same thing in terms of what technology can do. So with our experience of over 20 years, we've put together the different coaching programs, but we've been listening to thousands of investors, and most of them I think Loretta said here, I've been on Wealth Migrate for a while and I need to go back there. I'm already on Wealth Migrate, just need to start again. And I hear these stories over and over again where it's like, you know, I've watched you, Scott, I've been to your webinars, etc. But what we're wanting to do as a team is to tangibly help people move forward and get results. And so we said to ourselves, well, the current system's broken, not just ourselves, but around the world, because people are feeling overwhelmed. They've got, you know, not enough time, and they kind of want these things, but they don't really know how to do it in terms of that process. And so we tried to fix it, and we did it in 2 different ways. We created the information and the partners. So we got Wealth Going Global in terms of a home study course for people to get the right information. And then we created the right partners so that people could get access, asset mastery, so people could get access to the right partners. But again, the research out there, according to Harvard, is that you're 400% better off with a coach than if you're trying to do it on your own. 400%. So again, go back to that health thing. You know, option one, you can go do the home study course on your own, and you hope you're going to lose 10 to 15 kilos. But if you don't, it's going to have like big impacts on your health. Option number two, you get a coach in, they hold you to account, and you know which one, you know, and it's just logical. We all like, it's obvious. Number two is the one that's going to help us. And so Alex and myself and Shane and the rest of the team sat down and we were like, well, if it's so obvious, then why are we not doing the same thing to help people in terms of this process? So what we've basically decided and what we've done is that I did a coaching program back in March last year. My mother actually got me to do it. And I was complaining to her. I was like, Mom, we're not helping enough people get results. And I'm very passionate about getting results, not only for others, but also for myself. And so she said, oh, well, you need to go and do a coaching course. And I said, Mom, I don't want to be a coach. I couldn't think of anything worse than being a coach. In fact, I'm the sort of person, I know it sounds terrible, but if I ask you to do something and you don't want to do it, I want to punch you in the head. And anyway, she said, look, Richard Branson has built all these businesses through coaching. Like, why don't you go and do the course? And she knows me well. I love Richard Branson, like I told you. So I went and did the course. And it was really, really tough course. It was 150 hours of training, which was really extensive. And so now I'm a fully qualified coach. But what was interesting in terms of being an accredited coach was the training I did. I met the most amazing people that had all been through this process. And so I've reached out to a few of them. I said, listen, I can't do this all myself. Please, could you work with me and help people and onboard them and hold them to account? We call it a steps process. It's an 8-week process or 8-module process. And so what Alex and myself and Shane and the rest of the team did is we sat down and we said, well, how do we accelerate people to success? Like if you do the Wealth Going Global, it's got 6, it's got 5 modules plus the bonus one for technology. So it's 6 modules. And so how do you accelerate people to really be able to, get results in terms of, where they're at? And there's no better way to have an accountability coach to take you through that in terms of that process. So that's what we did in terms of implementing the coaching. And because it's our birthday, last month in October, it was our birthday. And not only has Wealth Migrate been going for 10 years, but the Wealth University and its mastermind has been going for a year as well. It also started in October last year. And so Alex came up with a great idea. And he said, why don't we call it a Pathfinder? And I was like, what is a Pathfinder? And I went and looked it up, and it said, it's a person who goes ahead of a group and finds the best way to travel through an unknown area. It's a personal group that, is the first to do something that makes it possible for others to do the same thing. And so we literally decided to create the Wealth Pathfinder, because what we've done over the last 2 years in the Wealth University is we've created all the content. It's all there. The substance is there. There's not a lot more that I can teach people that isn't already there in the substance. But what people need is they need someone to hold their hand. They need accountability. They need execution. They need results in terms of that process. And so we called it the Wealth Pathfinder. And it's really based on this philosophy of coaching. Going back to when I was on Necker Island with Richard Branson, every single person there had coaches, every single one. If you think about it, the top sports teams in the world all have coaches. The top athletes in the world all have coaches. The best businesses all have coaches. If you want to be the best, do you have a coach? Yes or no? And so what we basically decided to do was to work with my team of people from ThoughtSmiths. And we've actually got an amazing lady. She comes from a corporate background. She's got a financial background. She's in asset management as well. So she completely understands the space, which is brilliant. Alex and I have just been blown away by her ability. And so she's going to work along with some of the other coaches, work with individuals, and we're going to do it over 4 months, because our philosophy in 4 months is you can get rapid execution. Someone can hold you to account. You can get very clear on your why. You can put an execution plan in place. You move away from your stories of I don't have time, I don't have money, I don't have knowledge. It gets destroyed, because ultimately, you've got someone guiding you and keeping you accountable to implement. And if you take the time of the year, it's really exciting. I mean, we're literally sitting in November. So if you execute now, by the end of February next year, you're going to have everything in place and really start to aim to get that measurable momentum. And what excites me is that if you've looked at any great company in the world, they do all their planning in Q4, which is now before the end of the year, and then they're executing early next year. And that's why it's so important for you in terms of this process. So what are you going to get in terms of the Pathfinder? Well, the first thing is you're going to get coaching. So you get 8 one-to-one sessions, you one-to-one with the coach. It's 4 months and it's an accountability coach. And just by the way, you know, I pay a hell of a lot more than the value here in terms of coaching. You know, coaching can be anywhere from, you know, $300 to $500 a session. So, you know, we've had to, you know, work with them to try and keep this as affordable as possible. So just that alone is $1,600 worth of value. Then you're going to get Wealth Going Global, where you get very clear on the top 5 countries, the top 5 currencies, the top 15 assets, how to choose the right partners, and ultimately how to build it out over time, your whole wealth plan, which I've already shown you today. And that is retailing for $497. So there's 6 modules there. So that's over $2,000. Now you want access to, that's the right information. Now you want access to the right partners. There's 15 different modules in terms of this. And this is some of the best partners from around the world in all the different asset classes. And this is the value I believe that I can bring more than anything else, because having done this for 28 years, I've got experience in all the different markets as to who these partners are. So, you know, you've got the coaching, you've got the right information, and now it's about getting, you know, access to the right partners, the top 15 partners from around the world in terms of, and the total value is over $4,000 in terms of just those 3 things. But you also need to get started. So, you know, for me, one lady asked me, she said, you know, but Scott, I go on all these courses and then I don't do anything. I'm like, exactly. I don't want you to do that. I want you to get started. So we call it a starter pack. It's literally priority onboarding. It's a $100 voucher to literally get you started in terms of that process. And, you know, for us, if you've got the coaching, you've got the right information, you've got the right partners, and now you've got the starter pack, where literally we give you $100, you get priority onboarding, and you get a wealth consultant to help you get going in terms of that process. The total value, $4,200. Now you get access to the platform. You want to go and invest in different deals around the world. And, you know, for me, you know, you've literally got the coaching, you've got the right information, the right partners, you've got the starter pack. Now you've got the platform, and you can't, I don't think you can put a value to that, but it's, you know, access to quality deals, access to quality information, and access to quality partners. So the value over $4,000. And then for me, I like to call these ethical bribes, but these are reasons for people to partake. And so people still say, but Scott, I want to be able to possibly ask you questions. That's fine. We'll run monthly Q&As where people can ask questions in terms of that process. So it's a fast action bonus for people that partake. So you get the coaching, you get the right information, you get the right partners, you get the starter pack, you get the platform, plus you get the fast action bonus with myself. And, you know, I charge $1,000 an hour. And so, you know, those 4 sessions over 4 months, that, you know, that gives you that value over $8,000. And then the final thing we want to throw in, I love Clem Sunter. I think there's so much you can learn from Clem Sunter. So we did a private session with him around the different scenarios for the world and where they're going. And we literally charge you cost price of what he charged us. I get a special discount from him because, well, we've been working together for over 10 years. So you're going to get the coaching, you're going to get the information, you're going to get the partners, you're going to get the starter pack, the platform, you're going to get me in a Q&A once a month, and you're going to get Clem Sunter. And if you put it all together, it's over $9,000 worth of value in terms of the overall process. Now, to be honest, I still think $9,000 is a steal. You know, I've spent a hell of a lot more money than that in the past to get this knowledge, and you know, but I want to make sure that people now have the substance to be able to achieve it. So really, we had 2 choices. We charge $9,000, which, you know, quite frankly, it probably should be more than that, or we make it more affordable for people, because our job is ultimately to help people get results. And so, you know, we decided we're not going to charge the $9,000 in terms of that process. In terms of the $5,000, you know, that's the amount that myself and a number of other people have invested to be part of the mastermind. And again, we decided that the Wealth Pathfinder, because you're going to be dealing with one of the coaches, etc., we wanted to even make it more affordable in terms of that process. However, I'm not going to charge you $5,000, but if I did, if a year from now, or if 10 years from now, would $5,000 be valuable to you if you achieved your freedom goal? Just think about it. Would it be valuable? Yes or no? Just type in there for me. If in 10 years' time, or even 5 years' time, or even 1 year's time, would you pay $5,000 if you could achieve your freedom goal? What about if it could help you with peace of mind, knowing that you're secure with your family and your family in your future? Would that be worth $5,000? What about if it helped you protect your money? At the end of the day, you've worked hard for your money, and now you want to protect your wealth. Would that be worth $5,000? What about your time? Most of us are very conscious of our time and the fact that time is really of the essence. And, what about if you could save a decade of time? Would that be worth $5,000? And then finally, peace of mind. To truly have the peace of mind. And I know Derek, said something along the lines of that he's been looking for an investment advisor for years. And, he's been dealing with Anthony at Callio, and his words were that Anthony's been phenomenal and it's still a process they're going through. But that peace of mind to know that you've got a team that can finally help you, compared to, searching all on your own, would that be worth $5,000? I think it's worth a lot more than $5,000. So for us, we decided to heavily discount it and to make it affordable for people, and to literally make it $2,997, so that literally people can go out there, they can participate, they can get the results in terms of that process. But I wanted to share a story with you. So Michael Haney said, if you haven't seen his testimonial, I'd highly recommend watching it. Michael 10 years ago came to an event just like you're in the event, and he wanted to diversify and invest overseas, but he was really nervous. And, he heard me talk and he literally said to me, Scott, it sounds too good to be true. And in those days, we sold a buyer's trip. So it was $2,000 to come on a buyer's trip. And he was like, but I don't want to spend the money, and I don't know if I trust you, and all of this sort of stuff. Anyway, long story short, he negotiated a better deal. I don't know why I did it, but I did. He negotiated a better deal where he could pay over time or something. And he came over, we were sitting, I'll never forget, we're sitting in a bar in Memphis. And he said to me, well, how, and I'm sort of thinking to myself, why is this guy even coming? Like, he doesn't even have $2,000 to invest. Like, a house costs $100,000. Like, this is ridiculous. But anyway, I agreed the deal where he could pay it over time. And anyway, he came over and he literally said to me, Scott, I just wanted to put down as little money as possible because I didn't trust you. But when he got there, he saw the substance of the partners and the deals and the information and everything else. And he said, well, I've got this much money. How would I deploy it? And my goal is very clear. I want to make $10,000 a month passive income so that my daughters, who at the time were in their early teens, can be free. When they get to university and after university, I want them to be able to choose whatever university they want to go to. I want them to be able to choose whatever country they want to live in. And it was very clear for me. It was, we've spoken a lot today about the why. He was very clear on his why. Well, anyway, Michael and his wife, Lee, have executed their plan over the last 10 years. And I'm super grateful that 10 years later, they're actually immigrating to England. Their daughters are going to university there, and well, basically being able to choose where they want to go to university, being able to live, where they want to. And he's truly achieved, the objective that he set out to achieve 10 years ago. And he said this on one of the, chats. When I joined, it was the best money I ever spent, so like $2,000, he was like, oh, I'm not sure, etc. And he then went on to say it would never have happened if I tried to do it myself. But this story, made me think when Alex came to me and he said, listen, Scott, like, people just want an affordable way to get started. And it made me think of Michael. And I thought, what a great asset and experience. I mean, Michael and Lee have become very good friends of mine over the years. And what, imagine I'd been the idiot in the room and said, no, it's 2,000 or nothing. And so we decided as part of our birthday, because, on birthday, in birthdays, you do special things. So we decided as part of our birthday to do exactly what we did with Michael and to make it affordable. So to literally cut it down to $697 a month for 4 months, so that it's affordable for people. And even if people say, like Michael, well, it sounds too good to be true. Well, you dip your toe, and if you don't like it, you stop, in terms of the process. So we've done that on purpose to make it very affordable for people and to effectively make it a bit of a no-brainer. It does expire. So on the 14th of November, so it's whatever, 3 days away or whatever. And the reason we've done that is because people will know intuitively if they want to do it or if they don't want to do it. And we've also got the coaches lined up. We've had a couple of people that we've onboarded from the challenge. We've got some very, very exciting coaches that are lined up. But we want to run a rhythm. We don't want to be starting and stopping. So the 14th is very clear for us because we want to know if people are on board or not on board. And then, it allows us to execute. And again, we can only offer this for 20 people because the coaches have capacity. There's only so much. It's obviously one-to-one in terms of that process. So if you are interested, the link is you go to investorroadmapworkshop.com/Pathfinder, and literally you can sign up. So again, just to remind you, if this resonates with you, then I would seriously consider it. If you want access to a one-to-one coach, like someone who's going to take you, they'll do 8 private sessions, and they'll literally help you with a beginning and an end. They'll hold you accountable. And over the next 4 months, once every 2 weeks, they're going to check in with you. They're going to take you through a logical coaching sequence. Again, I've done all the coaching and the training in this, so I know how good they are at achieving this. 2, you want access to the right information. So you want wealth going global and all the substance that comes with that. 3, you want access to the right partners, okay, in asset mastery. 4, you want a starter pack so that you literally can get going on the platform with $100 in your wallet to invest. 5, you have access to all the deals and the information on the platform. 6, you get me, once a month, doing a Q&A. And 7, you get Clem Sunter, and his scenario planning. We've literally designed it in a way that it's literally a no-brainer. Now, from my side, $600 isn't going to change my life. It really won't impact me in almost any way. But I know that it will impact you. I know that by having a coach and by having access to these courses, it's going to get you from where you are to where you want to get to. And that's why we've actually got the guaranteed satisfaction, where literally we know what it does. We know what people have said when they finished the course. We know the impact that it's had on others. And that's why we can guarantee the satisfaction. And again, if you don't like it, you just stop paying. But that hasn't happened to date, not once. So if you want to go and look at, what people have said, and this was mainly around the wealth going global, go and read it. You can go and read all the different testimonials of their impact. You can go and see the different videos. And again, it's all there in terms of understanding that process. And if you've got any problems or the link's not working, just type in there Pathfinder, and the team will be able to, reach out and help you in terms of the process. So I'm really, really grateful for Alex, because this was Alex's idea. And he was like, how do we scale this so that more people can have access, more people can have access to coaching, more people can be held accountable, and most importantly, more people can get results. Right. Let's get excited. Let's get going. So I promised you that we would go through the final 4 steps in terms of the process. So the next step in this process is setting up your investment platform. So now, whether you want to use the Wealth Migrate platform or you want to go in and use another platform, so be it. I'm going to teach you the Wealth Migrate platform. Obviously, I'm biased. I've been part of building it for the last 10 years. And I want to share with you how you do it in terms of that process. So what is the Wealth Migrate platform? In simple terms, you go online, you can create your profile in minutes. You get access to quality partners and quality deals. You can invest, not in all deals, but in some deals from literally $10. There's no hassles, no management issues, no complex global tax structures, no separate bank accounts. All that you just focus on is true global wealth, creating globally diversified passive income. That's the objective. So we've aimed to make it simple, safe, and easy. Simple, safe, and easy. So what are the steps? Well, there's 4 simple steps. Just by the way, who here would like to be the next case study? Someone like a Michael Honeysett. 10 years from now, I'll be on stage and I'll be like, hey, Joe Soap, came on this course on the, what day is it, the 11th of November, and they, took action and now listen to their results, just like Michael did, because he was on a course just like you, and he decided to pay the $2,000, make that commitment, come to America. By the way, you don't have to fly over, so yeah. And I'm asking these questions very consciously because you're investing your time, your most valuable asset. And I'm now saying to you, do you want this to be you next? And I'm sharing with you the ways on how to do it. Is that fair? Okay, so I can see some people that are owning the fact that they want it to be them. So there's 4 simple steps to using the platform. You sign up, you complete your profile, you fund your wallet, and you invest. And so let's go through this in terms of this process. The first one is that you sign up. So I'm going to show you some videos now. And the reason being is that, in my profile, I can't sign up because I've already signed up. But you literally go to wealthmigrate.com and you literally go and sign up, and you click on the terms and conditions, and you literally sign up. The next thing that you're going to do is you have to choose what country you come from, and then you have to choose what is your level of investor. Now, in England, it's called a self-certification, and so you get to decide what level of investor you are. Now, some countries, you've got to be more sophisticated to invest in certain deals. So, you can read through that and you can make a choice, but ultimately it's self-certification in terms of, how you do it basically. Okay, so again, you can see it's pretty simple. You literally click on it and go through it and set up. Just by the way, setting up, you only have to do once. Once you set up, like I set up years ago, and no, I don't have to do it again. Step 2, I go and verify my account and do my profile. So I basically go through the process. This is known as KYC, or, know your client. Again, this is the law around the world from a money laundering perspective. And you literally have to go in, you put in your bank details, you put in your proof of address, you put in your passport, so that, again, obviously it's like if you open a bank account, or if you, a tenant or a landlord, or pretty much all of us know that if you do anything for the first time, you have to do KYC and set it up. So this is a process, it's all online, and we take you through that process in terms of where it is. Then you upload your KYC documents and you submit. So we try and make this as intuitive as possible. Please try and read the instructions. You can see the document guidelines here on the right. Try and read them. Like if it says a picture in color, make sure you take a picture in color, whatever it is. I know when I have my British passport photos, I'm not allowed to smile, whatever. Just like we don't make the rules, please just follow the rules, in terms of that process. Okay, so that's step 2. Step 3 is you send funds to your wallet. And this is the part that, I love the most, because I'm completely in control of my money. You can see there's a unique code. You see that blue thing there, in terms of that process. So that's your unique code that you deposit. And I just want to share with you quickly. I'm going to log into mine because I can actually do this part live. So I'm going to wealthmigrate.com. I'm literally logging in. I'm going into my profile. So the nice thing here is I can have my own profile, so I can have it in my own name, and I can also have it, my offshore companies, etc. if I want. But anyway, so I'm in my own profile. Now I want to go to my wallet. So I literally go into my wallet, and this is where it's integrated, and I want to deposit funds. So I literally go in here, and this is my unique payment code. So when I use it, this is very important because it obviously, when I send money, and there's the bank details, in terms of the process, and then this is, all the information to send to the bank. And that's it. I literally go through this process to send money, so you've got depositing money and withdrawing money, and I'm in complete control of my money. I must admit, whenever I show people this, like people are like, yeah, so what? It's just a program. I get so excited, for people because, you know, in the old days, you used to have to fly to America with me. You used to have to open a bank account. We had to set up a company for you. I mean, it cost thousands of dollars. It was so much hassle. And now, like, you know, you can just do this all online. And it's only people that have been through that hassle that actually get as excited as me in terms of the process. Rudy asked, can you change your investment level later? You can update your KYC, but if you do, it needs to be verified again in terms of the process. Okay, just for people that sign up and that actually sign up on the platform and do the KYC, etc., you will then get a consultation with one of our wealth consultants. We've only got 10 spots available at any one time. So, but it is just it's a bonus for people, you know, so they can talk to a human. You'll get access to our investor strategy guide, which actually is you know, it helps us know where you're wanting to invest, what you're wanting to invest in, so that we can give you a more personalized service. And then you'll also get access to our eWealth Pack, which is a whole resource that Shane and I built over years, where you literally get everything all in, you know, it's sort of 20 years plus of knowledge all in one place. So it's all the books and the white papers and the best blogs to go read and the best books to read and all that sort of stuff. So try to just make it really easy for people. Archie's asked, can you use Wise to transfer? Interesting enough, Archie, one of our mastermind participants, Cynthia, has had some problems with Wise. We're also with Wise ourselves. Our company is with Wise. So it is something that I'm dealing with Lemonway at the moment. And I'm also going to test myself because, yeah, they seem to, it's not so much Lemonway, it's the underlying banks. They seem to be less, what's the word called? They're much happier if the money comes from a traditional bank like Wells Fargo or Lloyd's of London than if it comes from one of these new age online banks. Anyway, it's always a work in progress. And then, you know, the last thing that you'll get as bonus if you're signing up to the World Migrate platform is you'll get access to the Wealth University, and you'll get that, you know, for free in terms of the process. So step number 5 is the worst step of the process. Well, for people like me, some people like admin. I hate admin. So for me, like you only have to do it once. You get it set up, it's done. You know, you once you've done it, it's done. You just don't have to do it over and over again. But it is, you know, anytime you've ever done KYC in your life, it takes on average about 2 days. So you submit everything and it takes Lemonway about 2 days to, I don't know, verify or whatever they call it. So I wish this could all be digitally integrated. I wish that this afternoon you could upload and it was all done, you know, within 30 minutes. It doesn't quite work like that yet. Again, we are working with people from 70 different countries, 71 countries around the world. And so it is a little bit of complexity. And then also from Lemonway's perspective, they also block some countries. So I know Zimbabwe is an issue, you know, countries that are blacklisted as an example. So we're always trying to just determine, and that's not Lemonway actually, that's the European Union. So even Mauritius had an issue a while ago, and the Seychelles, etc. So it's just something that is not in our control, you know, what countries the European, but there's about 100 countries that people can participate from, including England, by the way. So I know a bunch of people online now are from Ann Wilson's group. And one of the big bugbears has been that we haven't been able to help English investors for the last 2 years. With our FCA regulation, we can now help English investors, which is super exciting. So we're into the final chapter, the final hurdle, and it's all about the how now. So how does the platform actually work? And this is where, again, I've got a video and I can take you through the video, but I personally would prefer to do it live. So I'm now live with you. You've got my wallet. So let's just start off. So let's just go back to the front. So again, you've got your profiles. You can see. So my 2 American entities are not verified. Lemonway doesn't verify American companies. But my other 2 are verified. I can go and see, you know, my portfolio. So I can go into it. Again, imagine having everything all in one place, and I can go and check all my different investments all in one place. I've got my wallet. So all of my transactions come back into one place. I don't have to go and check 27 different bank accounts. And everything comes in here, and I can go and, you know, do statements. I can withdraw money. I can deposit money. So it's basically my own bank account, which is pretty exciting. And if I want to manage my profile, this is where I go in and do all the stuff around KYC, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I don't want to change anything because I'm already KYC approved in terms of that process. So now I want to go back and I want to browse the marketplace. And you can look through all our past deals if you want. You can go and look at any of the deals. I don't know, go look at this deal here, the one I showed you earlier. You can see the deal when we closed it. When we closed it, you can see the returns. You can see all the documentation. So again, you can go look at deals, past deals, etc. But I want to go and look at a new deal because I'm keen to invest. And so, this is the Manhattan deal. And you literally can go and look here. There's the listing date. This is only an income producing deal. So it's a debt deal. So you're getting about a 10.5% return. You can then see the sponsor develop, the risk, value add, the deal, multifamily. So again, everything you've just learned today, now you can see clearly where it sits. You can go read the overview. You can say, well, if I invest $10,000, what are the fees and how does it work? This is a 12-month deal. Sorry, I didn't say that there, one year deal. So you can literally see what the returns are. You can go read about the investment. You can read about the market summary. You can read about the sponsor and who did the due diligence, and even the deal structure is all there. And if you want to go and download the documents, there's a brochure plus the sponsor's brochure. And then something I also like is we put all the risks up. It's pretty traditional in the financial industry to go hide the risks on page 32 of the documentation. Well, why not put them up front? Every deal has risks. What are the risks? So it allows you to compare apples with apples. You can go and watch the videos. You can go and look at the pictures. This is the building. I mean, look how cool this is. I'm going to come back and talk a bit about this deal just now. But I mean, it's literally in Lower Manhattan. That's the building. It's 54 units that are being, it's a church that's being converted into 54, apartments. So yeah, just pretty cool. These all rendered pictures of what it'll look like in terms of that process. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. 4 simple steps. People say to me, yeah, but Scott, surely there's more. I'm like, no, that's it. Simplicity is power in terms of the process. So that's it. You browse the marketplace, you invest, and you earn returns. And I just want to see here quickly, again, just an experience. It really is easy to do. You just have to get it done. Yeah, I agree with you, Derek. So again, that step 5 is horrible, but the KYC, but you just have to get it done. So yeah, Peter, I saw your message, and Alex and the team can reach out to you and help you fund your wallet. So yeah, just in terms of track record, we got members in 171 countries. We facilitated over 1.3 billion. We've had over $100 million invested, and we paid out $35 million in either distributions or in capital growth and equity at the end. So yeah, quite a lot of traction in terms of the process. And then the question everyone always asks us is, how do you make money? And there's a lot of ways in the financial industry where fees are hidden all over the place. And I've been using Airbnb for a long time. And one of the things I love about Airbnb is it's just completely transparent. So the way that we make money, again, is completely transparent. We have an initiation fee up front, which is 3%. And that's broken down into a platform fee, a structuring fee, and an investor acquisition and marketing. And then there's a profit share. So the majority of our fees are only earned after the investor makes money. So exactly like Airbnb, Airbnb don't make money unless they're renting out your property and making you money. So we use the exact same analogy. So it's a simple 3% and then a performance fee once an investor makes it. And just, is already making money. And just to give you an example, again, from a transparency perspective, we've literally got our fees calculated. So if I invest $10,000, I've literally got the 3% there. And it's pretty obvious, hopefully, in green is what you make, and in red is the fees. So, and you can literally do it with fees and without fees so that you can see the returns in terms of the process. So it just gives you a good indication, but you'll see that we are making our money on the back end. Our whole philosophy is that, once the investors won, just like Airbnb, we want to be able to win. And I must admit, whenever I do this, it's happened to me 3 or 4 times today already. Like, this is when I want to go, woohoo, it's so exciting. Because for investors, this should be exciting. Like this should be really, really exciting. There's not fees hidden all over it. There's nothing laden. There's no surprises. And also we're aligned. We only really make real money because these fees up front here, this isn't really to us. I mean, we're paying for structures. We're paying for the technology and we're paying for, you know, invest acquisition, affiliates, etc. So this isn't money we make on the front end. They're literally costs. So the money we're making is when people are succeeding. And that's the objective, which again, also makes sense for us because it means we would rather put less deals on the platform that are good quality because we're going to make money with you than just put any rubbish up because then we're not going to make any money. Is this cool? Are you enjoying this? I'm going to take a sip of water. Is this making sense? Can you see yourself doing this? Can you see? Because our objective today was to take you on this journey from a place where you probably thought it wasn't possible to a place where you walk away going, this is possible for me. Not just possible, possible for me. And can you start to see now 9 steps and you can literally go, this is possible. I can do this. There's no reason why I can't do this. So let's go to step 8. And, you know, I can't actually show you right now. So I'm going to use this video. But once a deal is live, you literally go to the invest button. You put in how much you want to invest. You go continue. You acknowledge all the different terms and conditions. You digitally sign the agreement and you go make investment. And the whole thing takes like less than 30 seconds. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me correctly. The whole thing takes less than 30 seconds. So if you consider, Michael only said, you know, you had to fly to America, you had to open bank accounts, you had to open structures, huge amount of hassle and complexity. And now you can invest in England, Australia, America, Europe in under 30 seconds, as long as your wallet is funded. And this is where I get super, super excited. So if you go right now to our platform, you'll notice that this deal, I go back to the marketplace, is under review. So it's under review here, okay? There's 2 more deals coming. I'm going to talk about them just now. There's one in Germany and there's one in Austin, Texas. All 3 of them, we're trying to get live at the moment. So we've already got the deal up on the platform, but to get the Lemonway wallet live, so every deal has its own deal wallet. And we're just waiting. It's called KYB, Know Your Business. We're just waiting for Lemonway to verify the KYB. It normally takes about 2 days. So yeah, we're just waiting for that. The moment that's live, then I will be able to go into this deal and I'll be able to invest. So the moment it's under review, but once it's live, then that button will come up with invest, basically, and I'll be able to invest. And then Gary's asked the question, are we going to reduce the minimum investment on Manhattan? Gary, because it's a very, I'm going to talk about the deal now, but it's a very sensitive deal with time. We've only got until the 14th of November to confirm exactly the amount of money. So it's a $10 million deal. We were only allocated $500,000, which is not a lot of money. And so we've made it 10 to start off with. And if there's space by Wednesday, hopefully Lemonway, you know, does it tomorrow or Tuesday. By Wednesday, then we'll open it up and we'll see if there's space for everyone else. I mean, I as an example, have $2,000 in my wallet from distributions that have been paid over the last couple of months. And, you know, I want to be able to participate. But if you know, there might not be enough space. We've already got quite a lot of demand from people that have already made commitments over $10,000. Tammy, do I understand it correctly? 3% upfront. So yeah, effectively it's the cost to do the deal upfront, and then profit sharing 10% on the back end. Yes. So, but that's only if you're making a profit, and it doesn't include your original capital. So let's talk a little bit about some deals, okay? Now, I'm not going to go through this in a huge amount of detail. On Tuesday night, I literally shared this deal in a live webinar. I did it with Selwyn, and you can actually go and watch that. So if you log into the platform, you can literally go and watch the deal launch. There it is. It's on the platform. So you can literally go watch it on YouTube. So it's there, log into Migrate and you can go watch it. So I'm literally going to give you the highlights of this Manhattan deal. And this for me is where it gets super exciting. So those people that have been part of the Migrate for the last year would know that we've been waiting for this FCA compliance thing. And up until then, we haven't been able to have new deals for a while. And it's been very, very frustrating. We've now got 3 really good quality deals. And by the way, just last night, I found out we got another 4th one coming. We've got a potential one coming in London as well. So there's some great, great stuff coming on the platform. But let's just run through the Manhattan one. So I spoke a little bit earlier about GIDS. GIDS is our due diligence system. We look at a macro level. So I want to be in America. America has been one of the top performing economies. Its GDP growth is outleading all of the top 20 economies. I want to be in the dollar. I don't only want to be in the dollar, but I do want to be in the dollar. It's currently the reserve currency. And then I say to myself, well, I want to be in New York. Do I want to be in New York? Yes. Do I want to be in Manhattan? Yes. Then I start to look at the partners and how do I analyze the partners? Then I get down to the deal and analyzing the deal. Then it's all about the due diligence. Ultimately, it's about maximizing the investment and then actually getting your returns over time. So when you do Wealth Going Global, you'll learn all about this. But this is our system that we go out, and this is for commercial property. And Clem Santa taught me how to do this. But you've got low return, high return, and you've got low risk, high risk. So you want to be in this top left corner. You want to be in the yellow corner because that's where you're getting high return, low risk. And there's only 2 countries at the moment. There's America, which is sitting in the lower risk category and a higher return, and then India, that's sitting in possibly higher return, but also higher risk. And then South Africa, which is sitting in high return, high risk in terms of that process. So, but again, you'll learn all about that in Wealth Going Global if you want to understand the context. In terms of the market summary, and again, I'm not going to read all of this out, but in simple terms, and you can go watch the webinar, but in simple terms, there's a lot of economic growth in New York, specifically in Manhattan. Occupancy rates are the highest in the country, and the listed inventory. So in simple terms, what this is supply and demand. The fundamentals of investment are supply and demand. There's a lot more demand than there is supply in terms of this market. The pipeline has been constrained because of COVID and because of planning. So the planning has changed. So they basically need 560,000 homes just in, for New York. And they're only building 185,000, in the last 10 years. So it shows you that you've got a significant problem with supply and demand. And that's a very, very important fundamental in terms of long-term growth, both in rentals and in property growth. Then you've got location. And, for those of you who don't know Manhattan, you've literally got the financial district here. You've got the New York Stock Exchange. You've got the World Trade Center, the Statue of Liberty is sitting over here. And I mean, you basically don't get better in Manhattan. I mean, you're literally in lower Manhattan. You're right next to the financial district. And there's 5 different accesses to get in. There's tube stations all around. It basically doesn't get better in terms of location. And that's why I did this map to make it easy for people. In terms of our due diligence, we're working with our family office. So if you join the mastermind, you'll also work with the family office. But they've got a private equity team, and Glenn, who's a CA, and Selwyn, who is a doctorate in mathematics from Cambridge, are the guys that do all the due diligence. And again, if you watch the webinar, he'll talk all about the partners, how he found the partners, how he's got a relationship with them, how he's done a number of deals with them. I would highly, highly recommend watching the webinar if you're wanting to see the substance behind this team and the substance behind the due diligence. And then he talks about the partner on the ground, the experience that the partner has, and they've got extensive experience. You can see here, they've done 185 assets, so 185 deals throughout America with a huge amount of track record. And then you go to the property, and this is the building. It's a Catholic church that is not being used, and it's being renovated. And what's really interesting is if you look, it's not only a historic building. So again, most buildings nowadays are just those new glass squares, but this is a historic building. So it's got a huge amount of architectural value in terms of the process. It's got mixed use potential. It's got the architectural charm. So, I mean, this makes it very unique in comparison with other buildings. And then, you know, in terms of the neighborhood, this neighborhood has huge potential. So it's gone through gentrification, which is where it used to be sort of yeah, it's basically this, what did they call it here? Increase of value, large scale developments, including construction of the bridge, dynamic and appealing. So the whole area there, it's evolved from a working class, an immigrant community to mixed use. So it's become very aspirational. And then what's also interesting is you're buying the property at a significant discount. So you're buying the property at $255 a square foot, when the average price is $500 to $1,100 per square foot. So it's very, very good to buy property below market value. It means you're locking in a discount. And again, this is just some pictures of what it'll look like. You can see the architectural appeal, the high ceilings. You know, it'll be very unique. And then these are just some of the pictures of what it looks like at the moment in terms of the process. So the investment opportunity here is that it's already got its zoning. That's really important in New York. But what the developer's offering is a 12-month loan. So it's the ability to be like a bank. So it's a 12-month loan, and effectively it's got a 6-month possibility for extension. So it's 12 to 18 months, and the interest rate is 1% a month. So you're looking at 12% total return per year. If you take off the costs, just of the structure, etc., you're looking at about 10.5% net in your pocket. So the cash on cash return in your pocket. So this is very attractive. This is like acting like a bank. And then also from a security perspective, your money is protected by the property. And what's also interesting, the loan to value is currently at 60% and will reduce to 35%, which is exactly like a bank. So, you know, people say, well, why aren't they using a bank? It's because banks are so difficult at the moment. So it's easier to do private debt. And when you do private debt, they can move quicker. And so they're paying the banks 9 or 10% anyway. So it's pretty much the same price they're paying the banks, but they can do it a lot quicker with a lot less hassle. So this is a deal. It's a very unique deal. I've literally been trying to invest in America since 2011. I've been to New York 3 or 4 times a year, every single year, and I've never once found a deal that made sense in New York, specifically Manhattan. And this is the very first one that does. So it's really, really exciting. And also with a huge amount of substance from our partner, Calio Capital. So that's the deal. In simple terms, you're getting a 10% cash on cash return, which is an income return, 10% plus. It's 12 to 18 months. You know, people always say to me, Scott, I want 10% and I want 12 to 18 months. And I'm like, that's too good. That sounds too good to be true. It doesn't exist. Well, it actually is here. And then you've got the first mortgage security. So that's really the deal. I've got all the risks up on the platform, so I'm not going to repeat them all. I've also put them all, in the webinar. But exactly like we always do, I take everyone through what I see as the risks that you need to be aware of, and then I also take you through the opportunities. And for me, if I just sum up the opportunities, you're buying a property at 30% below market value. The zoning's already in place. You've got an established partner with track record. You've got niche focused. You know, the partners putting their own money into the deal. You've got very strong fundamentals in New York, especially Manhattan. The location couldn't be better. You've got a unique building, a trophy asset with architectural charm. You've got an income producing deal of 10% plus. Your capital is protected by a first mortgage. And then, you know, what's also interesting to us is you've got the Calio network and their due diligence. And what I find really interesting is that we're actually struggling to hold our position here. Like there's $10 million coming in from Americans in America, and there's more demand than there's supply. So it's quite a tricky one for us to hold it, which is always a good sign. You know, we're not a bunch of muppets from long distance investing in a deal that the Americans don't want to invest in. So that's pretty much the deal. And I love that picture of Manhattan. You know, literally you're getting to invest right in the heart of the financial city of Manhattan. So it's a financial strategy designed to maximize returns while maintaining a prudent level of risk management and situated right in the heart of Manhattan. Now, just quickly, I've got a poll that I want to chuck up because I am interested. Where's it gone? Shane, you're going to have to chuck up the poll, dude. If you can just chuck up the poll for Manhattan. I'm just interested who would be interested in Manhattan, and if so, how much? There it is, polls and quizzes. So, this just gives me and the team an idea of what you would be thinking in terms of your investment amount. And yeah, so if you could just let us know, the poll should be live. And just go there and participate. Even if you're not interested, tell us. I'm always interested because it helps us provide better feedback to everyone and find better deals. So I can see, 19% of you have participated. So I'll give you a bit more time. Please go and participate. I'm interested in what people have to say. So let's just look here. There's a couple of questions. Have you made any decisions? Okay, I'll answer that one. Sinead, is there a way to calculate the initial investment amount in ZAR currency? Well, I suppose for me, there's a website I use, Sinead, called xe.com. It's the best I've found, and it gives you a mid-market rate. So all you do is you go to xe.com and you and by the way, this can be any currency in the world. And you literally say, right, I want to put in $10,000, whatever the money is, and it's dollars, and you want to convert it to Rand, and it gives you the exact amount, in Rand. So I use this all the time. It's a very, very, very good checker in terms of it. Okay. So I'm just trying to get all the things here. Do I understand? So I've answered Tammy's question. In reality, as a funding deal, you won't benefit from the lower price per square foot, only security completely. So Gary, you're right. You won't benefit in terms of it because it's only a debt deal, but it also, just like the bank, when they lend money for you to buy a house, they value the house and make sure that there's value in the deal. It's loan to value because it reduces risk. Loretta, just fill in the survey. Hopefully there'll be some space when we can open it up once Lemonway opens up the wallet. So yeah, even if you're wanting to put in $1,000 or whatever, just fill in the survey, please. I can see we've only got 46% of people who have participated. So do me a favor. I've been on XE just now. It's my go-to. Yep, I agree with you. Why is the risk at value add if the capital is protected by first mortgage? So these are all great questions. So the reason it's a value add, it's still a development. So yes, it's protected by a first mortgage, but it's still a development. There's still market risk to some extent. What could happen in the markets. They still have to, actually be able to start building within, let's call it the 12 months. Be able to get the commercial finance, etc. So it's, for me, when you look at all the parameters, Paula, it fits much better into value add than into core plus, just from a risk perspective. Okay, let's end that poll. If anyone else is going to sign up for the poll, best you do it now, because I'm going to give you 2 more seconds and then I'm going to go. Sinead, so there's no way on the platform to do it to Rand. Remembering we've got investors from 71 countries already, so it's not a tool we've done. We always invest in the base currency of the country. So if we're investing in America, it's dollars. If we're investing in Germany, it's going to be euros, etc. Okay, let's end the poll. If you didn't put your name up, you're out. No, I'm joking. Sorry, Saturday morning, I'm allowed to have some fun as well. Right, and then launching soon. So these are 2 deals that I don't have a huge amount of information. We were actually hoping to have them up on the platform this morning, but we're still waiting for some documentation. Unfortunately, the Israeli conflict in Germany has had an impact because one of the partners was caught up in Israel. But this deal is a mixed-use property located in the medium-sized German industrial town of Wuppertal on the Northern Rhine. This is the 3rd opportunity. So this is a company called Encore, and this is the 3rd opportunity that Calio has done with them. It's a dividend, so this is where you get both income and capital gain. It's a 15% internal rate of return, so a total return of about 15%. It's a 5-year deal, and the risk is minimum. This deal is actually closing at the end of December, so we're trying to get this live on the platform as quickly as possible. And in simple terms, this is about a 6% cash-on-cash per year. It's about a 14% IRR, and it's a 5-year deal. So again, when I'm talking on the right-hand side here, I'm talking net return. I like to talk net. I'm not interested in gross. I like to talk exactly what you're getting in your pocket in terms of that process. So the reason I like this deal, we've been trying to get into Germany. Germany is the powerhouse of Europe. We've been trying to get into Germany now for 5 years. I've yet to get into Germany myself. I tried to get in on a Calio deal right in the heart of COVID. It was only 700,000 euro deal. There was a chunk that I could get in for 700,000 euros, and we just couldn't move quick enough. Someone else took the deal down. They made a 1.8 return in 18 months. So that means if you put $100 in, you got $180 back in 18 months, which is an internal rate of return of about 40%. It's ridiculous. And I was so upset that I couldn't participate. They've done 3 deals with these guys already, and they've had 3 good exits. So, again, great country, great currency. You definitely want to be in the euro, because the euro is going to strengthen against the dollar over the next 5 years. You've got a great partner on the ground. You've got a great property, all of those things. So watch this space. This will be launching, hopefully in the next couple of days, certainly in the next week or 2 in terms of this process. And then finally, a different asset class, which is actually private, equity. And this is in Austin, Texas. And this company actually lends money. So they're called backed. And they lend money out to small to medium enterprise businesses. They've got a lot of institutional finance. And Calio has put $20 million into this company, both in a mixture between debt and equity. So a huge amount of skin in the game in terms of it. And here you're getting about a 9% cash on cash return. Again, it's just an income return. It's a 3-year deal in terms of that process. So what excites me with what you've just seen here is, can you see that literally in the space of 10 or 20 minutes, I've shown you how you can invest in 2 different countries. Although, to be honest, America, New York and Texas are practically like 2 different countries anyway. But anyway, still, it's 2 different countries, 3 different partners, 2 different currencies, 3 different types of assets. So you've got private equity, you've got a debt finance in property, and you've got an equity finance in equity investment in property. So 3 different types of asset classes. Okay. You've got different time frames. So can you now start to contextualize that diversification is possible? Literally in the next 2 weeks on Wild Migrate, you'll be able to invest in, 3 different deals, 3 different partners, 3 different asset classes, 2 different countries, 2 different currencies, and across time. And it's at this point that I expect everyone to go, what? That's how I feel as an investor. No, so Gary, you don't need euro in your wallet. We do everything through US dollars, although it gets deployed as euros, and you get your returns back in euros, but we keep the wallet-based currency in dollars. Lemonway do have the ability to do euros, dollars, Aussie dollars, which is the reason we went with them pounds. The problem with that is that it just costs more money. So for now, we're not doing it because it just dilutes returns. What's the minimum investment on the Germany deal? Sheila, not sure yet. We're still working with them to clarify that. Again, not all deals will we get the minimum investment down to $10, but it's always our aim to try and make it as affordable for everyone as possible. Definitely getting our ducks in a row, Lorette. So yeah, perfect. Okay, so that's step 8. And now we go to step 9. And can you believe it? We've been on a journey, haven't we? So step 9 for me is about celebrating, having fun, and enjoying. At the end of the day, we're on this journey and we need to live life. And I learned this originally from Hannes Dreyer, but I've also learned it from Clem Santa. Hannes Dreyer calls it his Mercedes principle. But in simple terms, what you've got in your investment allocation is you've got a surplus, you've got expenses, you've got passive income, and you've got assets. So if your surplus is like $1,000 a month, and you can budget to spend, where's my thing gone? You've got your interest, you've got your capital, and you've got your fund. So that you're literally living life. So if you're paying like $500 a month towards your investment capital, and that's going towards your assets, and maybe you're paying 250 towards fun, and 250 towards paying off your expenses. You start to build up an asset base. And it's this asset base that's ultimately going to pay you the passive income. So this is how you turn your surplus into assets and your assets into passive income. Now, again, there's an entire course on this, not from me, actually from Hannes Dreyer, which is very, very valuable. But I like to share this just to show people, you know, the breakdown. Sorry, Shane, I must remember in the break to do the poll for Austin and Germany as well, please. I forgot. So, but this just gives, you know, someone a contextualization of if they're feeling overwhelmed and they're in debt and whatever, how do you have fun? How do you pay off your debt? And how do you start investing towards your capital? Now, remember, we started, it feels like 5 days ago, but we started with our wealth plan right up front this morning and our freedom calculator and everything else. And now you can start to see how this starts to become a reality. Sorry, Tyron, you IGR greater than FFGR. Did you completely got me with the acronyms? I don't quite know what you're talking about. So just before we go any further, Tyron, if you can write a little bit more, I'm going to look if there's any more questions. Shane, if you could chuck up the, actually I can do it now, I think. Let me chuck up the poll. I'd like to just see if people are interested in the, oh, where's it gone? Poll. That's weird. My poll's not coming up.
God, I've launched it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks, Shane. So I'm just going to see if there's any questions. In the meantime, we've got the poll up with regards to the German and Austin deal. We're always interested. Oh, just by the way, I told you we got another industrial deal coming. Plus, we got a London deal that I'm working on where we're trying to just get the due diligence in on that as well with the Gary Sachs. So again, our mastermind members met him. You know, rather than investing like a mom and pop in London, how do you do it like an institutional? Poll disappeared, Shane. Shane, can you put up the poll again?
Yep, it's up.
Okay, thanks. Tyrone. So internal growth rate is greater than financial freedom growth rate. So yeah, Tyrone, obviously this is a lesson you've been taught by someone. I'm not fully aware of it, but let me try and work out what you're saying. So you're wanting to basically say that your internal growth rate, financial freedom growth rate. Yeah, I'm not fully aware of it, but I assume what it's saying is that you want to be growing and investing more than you're spending, because that's ultimately going to give you your freedom. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. I'm not aware of that lingo. Loretta, the timeframes for the industrial deal, I'm not sure. Literally last night they sent a message saying that they've signed the PSA, which is the proof of sale, the PSA, proof of sale agreement. So that's you know good. And then the London one, we're still working through the details. There's still a couple of things. So they won't all necessarily happen this side of Christmas, but I think what's really exciting is there's some really good quality deals coming through in terms of it. Oh, so also from Hannes. Okay, cool. Thanks, Tyron. Yeah, I need to go brush up on my lingo. I haven't seen that. Oh no, Loretta, no, not at all. The industrial deal, I mean, they signed the sale agreement yesterday, so it'll be going live in the next 30 days. Like, I mean, everything I'm talking about will be happening in the next 30, 60 days. My only concern is whether stuff will close before the end of December, just with December being a useless month for most people all over the world. Okay, so I can see 51% of people have answered the questions. If you're going to answer the question on the poll, if you're interested in the German and or the private equity deal, then please participate quick, because I'm going to close it and I'm going to keep going. Yep, no, Augustinus should have made contact 20 years ago. I must admit, if I had $1 for every time people said, I wish I'd, you know, executed 10 years ago when I saw your webinar or live event or whatever it is. Just by the way, I can't see what you guys can see. So if I put up the screen and you have the poll, what do you see? And Shane, maybe you can help me. Like, can I keep going, or must we close the poll, or can people see the screen, or how does it work?
Yeah, so you should be able to keep going. It's a separate window on my side. I think that's fine.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, if you can just give them another 30 odd seconds on the poll and then we'll close it. But if you can close it, Shane, I'll keep going. So I'm sharing my screen here. So we're into the final, I want to say chapter, if you want to call it that. So in conclusion, we've been on a journey today, and Shane very kindly helped me build this journey. I love Shane because he always takes all the complicated stuff in my head and he says, let's simplify it. And he said, well, how do we help someone get from A to B? How do we help someone literally understand how they get from A to B? And so what we've been through today is the fundamentals, the why. You know, what are the 6 needs of every investor? How do you build a wealth plan? What are the investment categories and opportunities? Then we went to the what. And, you know, and that's the setup. So now, you know, it's all about the partners and the due diligence. It's about managing risk and compliance. It's about setting up your investment platform. So that's your what. And then finally, it's your how. You know, how does the investment, you know, the platform work? How do I actually invest? How do I earn money? And hopefully you can start to see that 4 hours ago, this was probably extremely overwhelming. And now you're starting to go, well, hang on, there's 9 steps. I just have to go through the 9 steps. And it's literally the why, the why, I can't speak English, the why, the what, and the how. And if you go back to your wealth plan, what does it have? The why, the what, and the how. Now, are we clever? Did we invent all this stuff? No. Simon Sinek, literally, second best TED Talk, I've already told you about it. It's literally, it's the laws of nature. So all that we've done is copy the laws of nature to help you understand better, you know, how to get your goals, how to achieve it in terms of that process. So I want to share with you just some lessons that I think are valuable. And this, for me, is something I learned from Tony Robbins years ago. So whenever you learn a skill, like today, you've just learned a skill, and literally your skill's going to improve. But what will happen on Monday morning? Your skill's going to fall off, okay? Because life hits you in the face and stuff starts to happen and whatever. But at least you're in a better place. You know, you've invested since, you know, your time today, you're in a better place than where you were yesterday. There's only one way to go to the next level. And I can see there's lots of people online that have, you know, seen this before. So can anyone remember, what is the one way that there's only one thing that you can do to go to the next level? Repetition. Well done, Archie. That's exactly it. So it's repetition. And when you repeat it, it's going to fall down, but you'll be at a higher level. And then you repeat it, and you're going to fall down, but you'll be at a high level. And the philosophy is, if you imagine a year from now, and imagine that today is your first day of this year, and you've learned a new skill, and you're going to drop off. But imagine if you were repeating this over and over again over the next year. Where would your life be in 12 months from now? You know, we started off this morning with this whole employee, self-employed, business owner, investor. And we said, how do we get to here? And I tend to say that the employee level is the beginner level. The self-employed is the intermediate level. You often know how to make money, but you have to work for money. You've got the business that's the advanced. You know, they're business owners. They've often really wanting to diversify around the world. But ultimately, we're all here to be investors. As Warren Buffett said, we want to be able to make money while we sleep so that we don't have to work for the rest of our lives. And that's our goal. So I want to remind you of the 10 myths. I brought them up today of investing. The first one is that you have to do it all yourself. The second is that you have to keep going to seminar companies and buying expensive courses. And just let me give you clarity there. Don't get me wrong. I think it's very wise to invest in yourself and to get knowledge, but you have to execute and implement. I'm not interested. I'm not going to sell you a course if you're not going to do it, because it's nothing. It's useless. You're just going to go on another course. Someone joked with me and said they were a course junkie. You know, don't just keep doing courses. You have to learn while doing. There's one great investment versus the ongoing commitment and consistency with diversification. Buying a single house, I've diversified, I've gone to London and bought a house, rubbish. I don't have money, I don't have time, I don't have knowledge. I can do the due diligence myself, and again, reminding you, it takes 10 years to master anything and become sophisticated. And now you want to do it in multiple countries and multiple assets with multiple partners. I can get access to the best deals on my own. A lot of people, it's a very old school mindset. I want to do it all myself. Not if you're wanting to go global and do it safely and simply. Compared to, the institutional partners on the ground and also the power of doing it together. If you've got $10 million, it's better to put $1 million into 10 deals than to put $10 million into one deal. And then the last one is around structuring, and whether it's the Seychelles or other little small tax havens, there's a lot of challenges around that. And again, if you're wanting to talk tax and structuring, I highly recommend you have a conversation with me or Alex around the mastermind, because we work with Calio and they actually help people at an individual bespoke level with regards to this. So those are your 10 myths busted. You might have noticed today I've gone through all 10 of them in terms of that process. So just imagine a year from now. So it's the 11th of November, 2024. And again, I taught you this right in the beginning. But imagine if you were working on your belief all through the year. Imagine if you were working on your knowledge all through the year. Imagine if you were working on your access and investment. If you had a system, if you had support and accountability, and if you had results all through the year. Where would your year be 12 months from now compared to where you are right now? And again, whether you want to put it up publicly or you just want to think about it, go for it. But for me personally, I do this very consciously because I want people to think through what it means to you. So again, what would it mean to you 12 months from now if you were consistently repeating these lessons over and over again? And can you start to see whether you do it with us or you do it with someone else, it doesn't actually matter. It's the consistency which is going to help you get the results. And so then you need to decide, like we've discussed already, are you going to keep trying to do it all on your own? Has that worked for you? Or do you want a partner? So I want to share with you just a couple of things to finish off. Money won't create success. The freedom to make it will.
I have walked a long walk to freedom. It has been a lonely road, and it is not over yet.
The journey of wealth is a lonely road. And, you go talk to the normal financial advisor and they try to stick you in a box. You try and ask questions. You get told, no, you don't understand. You get charged lots of fees. You don't actually understand where all the fees are. And it's a hell of a frustrating process and journey. And what I've tried to share with you today, and why I love Nelson Mandela, is that it's not about, all this complexity. Money won't create success. It's the freedom to make it that will. And so just in terms of the next steps, I've already shared with you the Wealth Pathfinder, but I want to share with you something that's even simpler. I want to share with you literally. So again, if after 4 hours, nearly 4 hours now, you're not feeling like you're drinking from a fire hose, I'd be very, very surprised. And so I want to literally share with you, the formula for success. And I learned this from a guy called Roger Hamilton. So at school, we're taught that the formula for success is that I must go out and get clarity. So I've been here all morning, I've got clarity. Okay, now I must go do more research, because once I got clarity, then I'm going to have confidence. Okay, and once I got confidence, then I'm going to make a commitment, and then I'm going to get success. So think about it at school. I must get clarity, I must learn all this stuff, I must go get a degree to be an accountant, and then I'll understand finances, and then I'm going to be confident. And then once I'm confident, I'm then going to make a commitment. And I'm joking with all the accountants here, because like most of the accountants I know battle to make a commitment because they think they've got to go through this process. They need the clarity, and then they're going to get the confidence, and then they'll make a commitment, and then they'll get the success. It doesn't work. It does not work. It is wrong. And I'll share with you a story to explain how different it is. So Andrew Carnegie, to date, is the richest man in the world, if you take time value of money and everything else. Now, he was a Scotsman. He was in America, and he had an idea to build a steel mill. And so, if you use that philosophy, he would have had to think about how to build a steel mill, and then he would have had to get confidence, and then only then would he have made a commitment, and then finally he would have success. But that's not the truth. What Andrew Carnegie said is, I'm building a steel mill. And he literally went and he made the commitment first. He said, I'm building a steel mill. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. And he went to JP Morgan and he said to JP Morgan, I want you to fund my steel mill. And JP, because he had the confidence, he was building a steel mill. And JP Morgan was like, no, well, you don't have any track record. You don't, no, I'm not doing it. But he had the confidence. So then he went to all the potential people who would like to buy steel, the railroads and the boat makers and everyone else that uses steel, the bridge makers and whatever. And he said, right, guys, right now you're buying your steel from America. Sorry, not from America, from England. I'm going to be making steel right here in America, and it's going to be cheaper than the steel that's in England. And you need to sign a 2-year contract with me to buy my steel. And if you don't, I'm literally going down the road to your competitor, and they will be getting cheap steel, and you're going to struggle because they're going to get cheap steel, and you're going to have to buy your steel from England. So he made a commitment. He had the confidence. He went and got all these contracts in place and basically got the clarity. And then he went back to JP Morgan. He said, there's all my clients. I got more than 2 years worth of contracts. Now give me the money to build the mill. He built the mill, and the rest is history. He became the wealthiest man ever to exist. Again, people will argue about that. I don't care. He became a very, very wealthy man. And so what is the formula? If you look at it, he made a commitment. He said he's doing it. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. He's not asking a friend. He's doing it. After committing, he got the confidence. And then he got the clarity. And then he got the success. And so Peter has got it right already. Peter's already written up there, make your commitment first. And I've got a question for you. And I ask you to publicly put this up because it's a public declaration. Who here is committing to themselves? Just type in there, commit or commitment. Because you need to make a commitment to yourself. You spent the last nearly 4 hours. You wouldn't be here if you didn't want passive income, globally diversified passive income, and all the things that come with that: wealth protection, plan B, peace of mind, freedom, etc. So who's going to commit? And again, you can do it the schooling way, which is like, oh, I must get all the clarity, and I must go read all the books, and I must go on all the courses, and I got all my books here. I must go read all of these books, go on all the courses and blah, blah, blah. And then once I've done all of that, I'll get the confidence, and then I'll have the clarity what to do. It's rubbish, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolute rubbish. You make a commitment first. And just like today, if you've literally said, right, I'm committed, I promise you it's a game changer, even just today. You're like, boom, I made a commitment. Then that confidence will come because you made a decision. Clarity will come over time. You know how I talk about learn while doing? Do you think I learned all this stuff overnight? Of course I didn't. 28 years later, and still learning. In fact, the more I learn, the less I know. And ultimately, success is an evolving thing. So again, if you haven't typed in there commit or commitment or committed, I don't really care what you want to commit to, but I'm asking you for a favor. Because for me, your time is your most valuable asset, and you just invested nearly 4 hours of your life. And if you get to the end and you haven't made a commitment, then don't know what else to do. I give up, white flags, in terms of that process. So I just want to share with people an easy way to commit, a very affordable, easy way. And it's what we call our starter pack. And what we basically do with our starter pack is it allows someone to literally make a commitment. Through our system, you're going to get the confidence. Through our wealth hackers and the community and everything that I've already shared with you today, you're going to get the clarity. And then ultimately, our aim is to help people get success in terms of that process. So for me, this is, what is the Wealth Hackers community? Well, it's a like-minded community. There's a whole bunch of things that we try and do with Motivation Mondays, Wealth Insights. I actually need to get back to doing these. Wealthy Wednesday Lunch and Learn is something that I've stopped doing because we've been running all these courses. But we've got the knowledge, we've got the digital courses, we've got real people and real stories, so you can be truly inspired by their stories. Wealth hacks where, whether it's Richard Branson or Ray Dalio or Kathy Wood or Warren Buffett, I've gone out and I've studied these people and tried to make it really simple and easy for people. And then we've got different webinars where we bring people in to teach you. So this is all, James Painter on our currencies, etc. So this is all part of our Wealth Hacker community, and it's about learning and growing together. So what is the Wealth Starter Pack? Well, in simple terms, if you take the total value, literally just the cost, if you take all the little pieces and put it together, it's $1,500 in terms of the total amount. And I always say to people, if I look back over people that have done this with me in the past, Manu Wapi, was a successful business owner. He went out and started to try and invest himself. He lost $250,000. He was defrauded. And then he found us and he started investing, and he actually ended up becoming a shareholder as well. And for me, it's often not like, oh, it's going to cost me $1,500. It's like, would you pay $1,500 to save yourself $250,000? Like, it's a kind of a no-brainer in terms of that process. Hilda Lunderstead, she started investing in us back in 2013. I actually managed to get her invited to Necker Island. This was her and I on Necker Island. And, when she moved to America, she immigrated to America in 2019, 2020, I can't remember exactly. She was able to live in America for 2 years, literally off the passive income of her properties, which gave her the freedom to get set up in terms of that whole place. Mohammed, I love this. Thanks for having a $10 entry. Makes me feel like a property tycoon. Move over Gary Cardone or Trump. He means Grant Cardone. So it's not only about people with millions of dollars, it's also about people with $10 in terms of that process. Jody, I met Jody last year, and she actually, did this course that you're on now. She bought the starter pack, she started investing, and, it had the impact. And I know actually, Frick did it within 7 days. So he bought the starter pack, he got his $100 in the wallet, and he started investing. So, and he said mind blowing. And my whole thing is like, I'm literally showing you real people that have done this in the process. And Trevor, I know Trevor's actually been online, but Trevor also went through this process in terms of it, and is investing, etc. And I saw Trevor make a comment earlier. I've been doing it and have now done 5 investments. And for me, this is a journey that we've all been on basically. This was a little video I made. Sorry, just before it plays. I was at an event and literally we're just chatting, and he was like, I've loved being able to do this, whatever. And I said, oh, do you mind making a video? So it's very unprofessional, but it's just me chucking a camera in our faces.
Hi, Rolf, we were here together and we had LeaderX, and you literally came up to and said, been using the platform for the last year. Tell us about your experience.
Well, I first was skeptical about the platform, and then I gave it a go. I've been investing on the platform for a year about. Very easy to use. Yeah, brilliant deals to invest in internationally. Yeah, so very happy with the platform itself.
And are you getting your returns?
Yeah.
So talk to us about that. So, it's all good and well to go and invest in something, but where do you get your money back? How does it work?
Well, I get paid back into my wallet. And I can reinvest that again.
It's awesome. I talk about like chicken that lays an egg, and then creates another chicken that lays another egg. So, awesome, Rolf. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and thanks. One last question for people. For those that are skeptical like you from a year ago, what did you say to them?
Well, just do it. With nothing to lose. Do your due diligence. But yeah, take the step.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much, mate.
And then for the people that are under 18, there is ways for younger people. This was my goddaughter, who I helped get her started with starter pack. So just by the way, coming up to Christmas, if you're trying to think, should I buy that PlayStation or should I buy that plastic toy? Imagine giving your children a starter pack to get going, $100 in the wallet, and get them going in terms of the process. So if you go to Trustpilot, you'll see there's plenty of different things up there. If you're skeptical, go and see what other people have had to say in terms of their experience. I would recommend it in terms of that process. There's 4,000 other people that through the years have given us a huge amount of testimonials and knowledge in terms of it. And so what is the Wealth Starter Pack? Well, in simple terms, you get $100. So I've told you today, it's as clear as day that for me, people make a commitment. So what we used to do in the past, I'd teach all this stuff and then I'd go on and I'd get on with my life. And 10 years later, they'd come back and say, oh, Scott, I've done nothing. So we said, cool, we're going to create a starter pack, 100%. It costs $97. People can literally participate. They can make a decision today. Most people can put down $197. Boom, they've made a decision. We give you back $100. We put it back into your wallet, and it's $97. That's literally just we used to pay the team for priority onboarding, et cetera, in terms of the process. But literally allows someone today to make a decision and say, right, I'm committed. Okay. And I'm in. And they don't have to think about it tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or next year because they've made a commitment. And what's so interesting, you only have to take that small action step and you're on track. And so that's why we create the starter pack. You've got the $100, literally you're going to get back. So I mean, it's actually only costing you $97, really. You've got the full investor support system and you've got the priority service, the onboarding priority service. So again, if you like private banking and priority tickets on a plan, then this is what we built for you. So you literally go to wealthstarterpack.com/call, and it's literally an opportunity. We do have a call option. You can speak to one of the team members if you like, but there are only limited spots because obviously we're dealing with team members here. So we tend to keep it to 20 people at a time. So just be aware of that. Obviously, it's a bit of a no-brainer for people if they're wanting to commit and get going. But we have to limit it to only 20. So if you're wanting to go to wealthstarterpack.com/call, it's over $1,500 worth of value. Literally, if you go and buy all the stuff individually, it's $1,500, but we made it $197. So it's literally a no-brainer. And why we're doing it, again, $197 is not going to change our life in any way. But what we do want to do is you've invested 4 hours of your life this morning. And I want you to walk away knowing you've taken meaningful action to help you get a meaningful result. Does that make sense? So just a couple of things as bonuses. We do chuck in a wealth consultation with regards to that. I'm also going to run a VIP. So anyone that's part of I know there's a bunch of mastermind members and anyone that's part of the starter pack, including people who previously bought the starter pack. I'm going to run a quick VIP now to answer any questions. I'm going to jump in a private room and answer any questions. So if anyone wants to, if you're sitting on the fence and you're like, should I buy the starter pack? And you want to come and sit and answer questions with me and the other mastermind members, and the other starter pack members, then buy that starter pack and make sure that you join us right now. You're going to get $100. So we're literally going to put $100 back in your account, in your digital wallet so that you can invest. You're going to get access to the tax and currency partners. You're going to get access to our investor test. Shane and I built this about 2 years ago. We are actually looking to upgrade it with the next version. There's a course I built on the 8 steps to wealth through real estate that we'll give you. There's a course that I built called The Power of Clarity. And I believe it's so important to get very clear on your why. So we're going to chuck that as a bonus for the starter pack members. You're going to get a diversification masterclass, so where we teach the fundamentals of diversification. And, we live in crazy times, whether it's the wars, the inflation, the interest rates, the oil prices, the load shedding, the stock market, or even more recently, the Israeli conflict. We live in crazy times. And, for me, there's nothing more important than diversification and getting access to the right information and the right knowledge. And, someone like James Painter, who teaches people about currency and all that, he had some alarming things to teach us, that the stock market could lose anywhere from 50 to 85%. Now, again, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I definitely don't want to have all my eggs in one basket. And then, at a mastermind level, what I enjoy doing is sort of sitting down and help people curate portfolios along with Calio and help them build, diversified portfolios. That's really my passion in terms of the big picture of what we do. And then finally, there's a bonus session for those that join the starter pack called Creating Lasting Change. And I did this with Tony Robbins, actually, who's one of the most, Accenture deemed him one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Chet Holmes has doubled the sales in 50 of the top 500 companies in the world. And the two of them individually taught me this process called creating lasting change. And it's how to take this knowledge and turn it into action. So it's the science of success. And I literally take you through it. So we've chucked that in as a bonus for the starter pack people. And the reason being is I want you to succeed. So there's a formula, and you can literally copy it in terms of that process. So in conclusion, I've spoken a lot today about the laws of nature. A bird flying in a flock can fly 70% further than a bird flying on its own. And, I've said it so many times, you can do it all on your own, or you can keep trying to do it all on your own, or you can partner. It's not my opinion. It is literally the laws of nature. If you're wanting to partner and do it in collaboration, it's 70% easier to get there in terms of that process. And, back to the starter pack, if we don't believe in what we're doing, it's got a 30-day money back guarantee. So, from our perspective, we take risk off the table. I'm literally saying, are you going to commit or not? All of you that wrote in there committed, this is the most obvious, logical way for someone to commit. There, boom, get going. End of conversation. So just to remind you, everything you're getting for free, you're getting the commitment bonus, the $100, you're getting the investor support system, plus you're getting all the priority service, all of it for free. $1,500 worth of stuff that we're literally giving you for $97 if you take it. We're giving you back $100 anyway. So that's what you're getting. If you're interested, go to the worldstarterpack.com/call. I don't understand, if you want my honest opinion, if you consider Michael Honeysett had to bet or gamble $2,000 10 years ago, and you're now having the opportunity to do it for less than 10% of that, it just shows you how much the world has changed. And it also makes me super excited because I shared with you my passion earlier, which was how do we help everybody invest like the top 1%? We're trying to remove the barriers to entry. And I told you already, people say, I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't have the knowledge. Well, if you don't have the time to look after your future self over the next 10 years and invest some time in getting there, you're never going to get there anyway. If you don't have the money, if you don't have $197 to get started, then you seriously need to look at that, because you're never going to get to where you want to get to if you can't invest, that type of money to get going. And thirdly, I don't have the knowledge. Well, I don't know what more I could do today to share with you how you could get that knowledge in terms of that process. But the best way you're going to get that knowledge is learning while doing. So again, the starter pack is not a learning course. It's a learning while doing course. You're going to get $100 so you can start investing. You can start to see what works. You can start to feel it, because that is 100 times better than just learning about it. And thanks, Shane, for putting the link up in the chat if people want to go and look at it. So who's this for? It's people that are into personal development and they want to learn and be coachable. People that want passive income. So again, you're committed to building passive income, and it's people who understand the power of community. They want to work together with others because they know they can go 70% further. But in simple terms, also people that want to get there fastest, safest, and simplest with the least hassle and complexity. Who's it not for? It's not for people who don't commit. So I'm sure they're not even here now 4 hours later, but it's not for complainers and blamers. So again, this is for people that want to take control of their lives. It's not for time wasters, and it's not for difficult personalities. And then finally, in conclusion, why do I think you should work with us? I showed you earlier all the different excuses people use. I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't have the knowledge. I hopefully believe we've debunked all of those myths today. But the number one reason we think that you should work with us is we're the only people that I understand that do true global diversification. So everyone else tries to put you in medical buildings in America, or London properties in England, or structured notes, or whatever, structures in Mauritius. I'm making it up. We're the only ones that have been doing this for 20 plus years in all the different sectors, that has access to a family office. And because of that, we've got the right information and the right partners to truly help you diversify. And we've built a platform to enable that to happen in terms of the process. So just some of the times that I told you, I've always tried to put myself in the room where I'm the dumbest, poorest person. I paid $14,000 to be part of Singularity University. This was me and Peter Diamantes, which is all about exponential technology. I paid $25,000 to be part of Roger Hamilton's entrepreneur network. I paid $40,000 to be part of Mavericks. And that actually got me to go and spend a week with Richard Branson. And I spent $50,000 to be with Tony Robbins and his platinum group in Fiji. So I've put my money where my mouth is. I'm not telling you to do things I don't do, because I've learned that when you commit and when you literally put yourself in the environment, then that's when measurable progress happens. And again, I'm not telling you, I can't guarantee it'll happen for you, but I can guarantee you from my experience, that's why I keep doing it over and over again. And for me, the starter pack's like an absolute no-brainer for people to get started. So again, you're getting the $100 commitment, you're getting the investor support system, you're getting the priority service, and you've got the link. We started this morning with putting smart investing in everyone's pocket. That is the objective, but ultimately it's about living a life unlimited. It's about you having the freedom of choice to decide what you want to do. And whether it was Don van Rensburg investing in London in 2009 and then selling his properties, he bought them for £300,000. He bought 4 and he sold them all for £1 million each. Whether it's Ryan Boyder investing in Australia and buying 5 properties in Australia and then being able to immigrate to Australia and now living on the Gold Coast. It's Chad Pope investing in Australia in 2011 and then investing in America and now actually putting structured notes on our platform. It's Gert Dupree, a farmer that bought houses back in America back in 2012. It's Martin Freeman, who now runs a property company, but actually learned through us. Came on buyers trips with us, started investing with us, and actually got his EB5 in America through our partners. It's Alan Karnock, one of the more successful developers who invested with us for many years and is now moving to America. It's Dirk, who really wanted to help his son be able to do motocross in America, and ultimately his properties enabled him to do that. It's Ricky Jack, who started when he was 22 and is now for 10 years been doing multifamily in America, very, very successfully. It's Jacob Moritz, who his son wanted to go play professional golf, and by starting back in 2013, he was able to do that. Or it's 4,000 other people that have done multiple things between wealth protection, Plan B, peace of mind, freedom, global citizen, empowering children, immigration. Ultimately, it's about living a life unlimited. So you can see, my question is, don't you want to be like them? Don't you want to be, and get the results like them? And the difference between them and the thousands of other people, tens of thousands of other people that watched webinars and courses and didn't do anything, is they actually did something. They took action. And that's why we created the starter pack, because we literally just made it an absolute no-brainer, like literally a no-brainer. And by the way, it's not only for people with a little bit of money. We had one gentleman that took the starter pack and within 18 months had invested $2.5 million with us. So it's still a way to dip your toe and get started. So that's everything that you get. I think we've seen that in terms of the process. Just in terms of the bonuses, you've got the wealth consultation, you've got the priority VIP. Sorry, don't know why this thing. You've got the priority VIP. So don't remember, for the VIP people and for the diversification people, we'll send the link. I know there's a couple of people that have already got the starter pack, like Trevor and Peter, etc. So Shane, I don't know how we're going to figure out to give them the link. You're getting the $100 commitment. You're getting access to the Terence and Cut partners, the investor test, the 8 steps to wealth through real estate, the power of clarity, the diversification masterclass, and the creating lasting change. I think that'll keep you busy. And then just in the competition, well done to Rudy Marks and Lorette Botha. So congratulations to both of you. You've both been invited to the private session afterwards. So thanks very much, Shane, for organizing that. And Rudy and Lorette, look out for the link that Shane will share with you. Okay, and then just finally, for people that ask me about the mastermind, I'm not going to talk about this a lot, but in simple terms, it's our business class or our first class. It's where you work with me personally. We get very clear on your 12-month goal. We work through the outcomes in terms of where we're at. We do a personal property analysis where we look at all your different properties and try and help you achieve it. You get access to our family office partner, who is Callio. They manage about $600 million, and you get a huge amount of value by working with them. And I mean, as people said, you know, generally they've got investments all over the place, and it's so much better to have everything in one place for all the asset classes. It just gives simplicity in terms of the process. So there's 5 simple steps in the mastermind. You get clear on the outcome, you get clear on the starting point, we build you a wealth plan together, and then it's about accountability and execution and about investing. And if you are interested in the mastermind, just type in there mastermind. It is by invite only, so we would need to have a one-to-one call with you in terms of that conversation. Okay, and then yeah, Cynthia said Cynthia lives in she's an American who, you know, did all her business in Hong Kong. She currently lives in Italy, and she said, thank God for the mastermind, the partners it brings us, and the exponential learning curve you've gifted us. So the thing I love most about this community, it's got people from England, Italy, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Swaziland. So really, really beautiful geographic diverse base, and then also a mixture between men and women, different ages, different backgrounds. So really, really amazing group of people that we're working together with. And then just a couple of other bonuses I wanted to chuck into it for you as part of the starter pack, you know, just in case you hadn't decided to do it, is we've got our wealth code. So this is a little thing that I literally keep in my wallet, and we'll share it with you. And the 10 things to the wealth code: focus on income generating assets, don't lose money, asymmetric risk reward, tax efficiency, diversification, the fundamentals of investing, compound interest, gratitude, your mind creates your destiny, chaos is your best friend, to risk nothing is to risk everything, and be constantly learning. So we'll share this little wealth code. It's like a little credit card that you can keep in your book. We'll also share with you our Wealth Hackers Manifesto, which is both a picture on the wall and a screensaver. And then finally, the best book I've ever read is Think and Grow Rich around money. It was written in 1937. More people attest this book to helping them, you know, become millionaires and wealth and whatever else than any other book. And so we've actually got it, and Shane has got it both in ebook and in Audible. So we will share it. And by the way, I've read this book lots of times. I've listened to it now for the 7th time. I literally listened to it 2 weeks ago. I finished listening to it again. It's absolutely amazing. So, you know, I strongly recommend that you, again, as part of the starter pack, this is a gift we'll give you. So just in terms of the fast action, again, you're going to get the wealth consultation. You're going to join the VIP. I'm pretty much done now. I'm going to jump into the VIP. Oh, and another idea that Shane had, we're running our next challenge, our diversification challenge in January. And if you join the starter pack, you're going to be given a VIP for the challenge as well, which is where you then work with me for, you know, each day for an hour afterwards. So it's a bit of a no-brainer. That in itself is $47. So we're really trying to just make it a no-brainer for people to get started. Hence, it's called the starter pack. So there's the laws of nature. Flying a bird 70% further. You've got the money back guarantee, which removes all the risk. You've got the entire system that we are giving you and making it literally as free and simple as possible. You can get started from $197. There's the link, wealthstarterpack.com/call. And all that I would ask for in response, if you've enjoyed today, is if you could go to Trustpilot and give us a review. So our whole philosophy is that we're here to add value. I said it was Zig Ziglar's principle. You can have anything you want in life if you help enough other people get what they want. So our appreciation will be if you go to Trustpilot and let people know if this was of value to you. We are going to do another investor roadmap on Thursday, the 24th of November, which will be our last one for the year. And this obviously is the 9 steps on how to actually invest. And we will run a competition on Trustpilot. If anyone actually does it, someone's going to win a VIP upgrade for the challenge experience. So a bit of ethical bribery for people, but you know, people trust other people. I can stand on stage all day long and tell people how wonderful I am. It's irrelevant. People don't care. Real people, real stories, which is why we like people to go on it. So thanks very much, Shane, for putting the links in. You know, please, if you've enjoyed this, go to Trustpilot. If you think we can improve, tell us. We're always looking for ways to add more value in terms of the process. And then, yeah, I sort of mentioned this, but the challenge is coming up in January. You can literally go to diversificationchallenge.com. It's 5 days, 2 hours a day. It's understanding diversification. It's the types of investments. We sort of touched on it today, but it's going deeper into it. It's building a diversified portfolio. It's risk management, and it's putting it all into practice. We just finished one a couple of weeks ago at the end of October, and we had really, really good feedback in terms of that process. So we're wanting to do it again in early January so that people can literally hit the ground running in 2024. So go along to that link, Diversification Challenge. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, to finish off, just to show you, Shane very kindly created this, this slide. You know, for people that are saying, oh, I'm not sure what to do in terms of commitment, I said I'd commit, but you basically got the VIP, you know, on the challenge. You got the starter pack, which we've been through today. You got Wealth Going Global, which is the right information. You've got Asset Mastery, that is the right partners. You've got the Mastermind, which is the top of our table. And then it was really Alex's idea in terms of the Wealth Pathfinder. And people said, well, how could I have a coach? How could I have someone that literally holds my hand, holds me accountable, gives me direction, and takes me right up this ladder? And you can see the little green block going all the way up. And it actually includes everything from the VIP, the starter pack, the Wealth Going Global, and the Asset Mastery. So, you know, you've really got a decision to make today. Do I get started with the starter pack, or do I go for the whole thing with a coach, which is the Wealth Pathfinder in that process? Okay, so in conclusion, let's answer some questions here quickly, and then I'm going to go to the room in terms of it. So I have no time, I have no money, I don't have knowledge. What do I do? So I've sort of been through this already, but you know, most of us are busy and don't have time. But if you don't have time for the important things, then they're never going to become a reality. I don't have money. Well, again, using technology now, we've literally virtually removed the barriers to entry. And knowledge, well, there's plenty of knowledge on the internet. I've got no doubt about that. But you need direction, which is why we've tried to create this, you know, direction. In terms of how long will it take the $100 to reflect in the wallet? We say about 2 weeks. So it takes a little bit of time to move money, etc. But about 2 weeks. But actually, what's more of a challenge is you getting your KYC. So you have to get your KYC. As soon as that's done, then we can put the money in the wallet. Why should I invest in the starter pack when I can just go to the platform? Yeah, you can go to the platform for free and just invest. Again, it's whether you want the priority onboarding. And we've learned, you know, statistically, people who make a commitment get results. So we just made it easy for people to make a commitment to get started. The amount of people, and I've said this 1,000 times, that said they're going to get started on Monday, and then Monday hits them in the face and they don't do anything. We decided, sort it, let's make it easy. Starter pack, boom, you made the decision, you're in. You know, even on Monday when life hits you in the face, you still keep going. That's the difference. What's the difference between the starter pack and the mastermind? They're different levels of the spectrum. The starter pack's the beginning. The mastermind is you know, starter pack's economy. The mastermind, the Pathfinder is business, and the mastermind is first class. With the global uncertainty, how does this affect whether I should invest or wait till things have calmed down? Yeah, so I mean, this is a much longer question, but in simple terms, when there's chaos, there's opportunity. And, you know, again, according to statistics, if you keep investing, you're going to be 30% better off once you get to 65 than if you try and time the market. Why should I not just buy a property in London? Again, I'd watch the diversification masterclass to understand this one better. But in simple terms, you've got all your eggs in one basket. And, you know, I think that's a massive risk nowadays. And I also think the world has changed dramatically. And it's like riding in an ox wagon when you can ride in a nice new car. How do I fund my wallet if I'm based in South Africa? So again, there's different companies that we use, Sable, Currencies Direct, Shift. So the team can help you with that in terms of, you know, moving the money to your 11-way wallet. Can I get help with the wealth plan and the freedom calculator? Look, we've given you the resources. You can do them on your own. And we've also given you solutions on how you can do them, you know, get someone to give you help, you know, whether it's the Wealth Pathfinder or if you want to buy Wealth Going Global and actually do it and take you through it. What are the 3 P's to investing? Personal development, passive income, and being part of the like-minded community. Can people in the UK and USA invest? Jay, I saw your question earlier. The good news is UK, yes. America, not yet. We are working with Calio and their licenses to figure out how we can do that. By the way, America is the only place now in the world we've managed to get UK. Is money safe on the platform? I think we've been through that a lot. Lemonway is one of the biggest digital wallet provider in Europe. The money is segregated, and so it actually keeps it protected for you. Why would I not invest in something like Alan Gray or another financial company? Ultimately, it's the returns. You know, you've got to compare an apple with an apple. It's the fees, and ultimately, it's what is your end goal, your end outcome. I've certainly, from all the clients I deal with, you know, you can literally look to change your returns quite dramatically, and that has a massive impact on your freedom goal later down the line. There are other companies who invest through the Seychelles, Mauritius, and they say it's cheaper. Again, my philosophy, be a global citizen, think globally, invest in first world assets, earn a first world income, and ultimately you're going to get that global freedom you're looking for. How do I get my money out of the investments? Depending on the different time frame, if it's a 1-year investment, a 3-year investment, a 5-year investment, it gets distributed at the end in terms of that process. How do you make money? I answered that. There's a 3% transaction fee up front, exactly like Airbnb, and then there's a performance fee on the back end. Will the recording be made available? Yes, we will make the recording available. So between Shane and I, we'll make that recording. But you need to be in the WhatsApp group. So you need to be in the WhatsApp group, and we'll share the recording on the WhatsApp group. So the IRM Investor Roadmap Workshop WhatsApp group that Shane shared earlier. Yeah, Shane just put it up in the chat room again for you. Scott mentioned cash on cash after tax. I don't have time to go into all of this today, but in simple terms, we try to show people net returns. So you've got gross returns, which is what people love to sell you because it looks good, but actually net returns is what you get in your pocket. It's the money you get in your pocket, and we try and work on net returns. How do I get to grips with the terminologies and the asset classes? We've given you a whole resources sheet, so you can go read all of it. We've also given you lots of things you can do, whether it's the starter pack, the Wealth Pathfinder, or possibly even the mastermind, to be able to go to the next level. Where is Wealth Hackers? It's a global community. It's an online community. It's WhatsApp groups. It's Facebook. It's an online community, so it's everywhere. Can I have wallets open for the children? Yes. It's a little bit more complicated, but there is a way. I highly recommend it. Will there be another workshop? Yeah, we do. We were doing these once a month, and now that we've got some exciting new deals coming, we'll probably go back to that. But the last one for the year is going to be the 24th of November. So I saw someone, Archie or someone, said she wanted to tell her friends about it. Please do. You know, we've actually got an entire affiliate system. So sign up to the affiliate system, add value to your friends, and if they participate, you will get a financial reward, which means it's win-win, which can then go, you know, further towards your investing. So it's very much a win-win process. We believe a lot in win-win. Everyone's winning. Can we have a tutorial explanation on the calculator? Yes, I built Wealth Going Global so that we went through it in detail in terms of that process. Is there a mobile app for the Wealth Migrate platform? No, not yet. It is mobilely responsive, so you can use it on your smartphone, but we find most people still invest using their laptops. Could my personal banking details be changed? So again, you can change your details in your Lemonway wallet, but if your name can't change, because that's money laundering, it's all got to go back to the same name, whether it's a company or an individual. Can the investment be made in a trust? Sure, we're getting into some detail here, but the answer is yes, if it's an international trust. If it's a South African trust or South African company, we strongly recommend you don't do it for tax reasons. 4 hours does not make you an investor. I've seen so many people go to seminars, rush out and burn their fingers. What next? That's a very good question. That's why we created the starter pack. Like, you know, at the end of the day, we've just touched the tip of the iceberg today. And, you know, we've tried to give you the substance, but, you know, people said they want to commit. So we've given 3 different options. We've given you the starter pack to commit. We've given you the Wealth Pathfinder to commit. I've told you about the mastermind. 3 different ways that you can literally get started in terms of, you know, what next. Getting to understand the system for 97, I think, is great value for money. Walk the path of commercial investment and believe this can greatly support anyone starting out. Why is it so cheap? It's because of our purpose. So we could easily charge $1,500 for the starter pack. We're not, because our business is less about, we're not an education company. We help people invest. We want to help people get results. So the more we can drop the barrier to entry, the more we can help people participate. And quite frankly, we're just making it a no-brainer. It's like it's an absolute no-brainer to get started. Can I link through my website as an example? You know, as well, basically be an affiliate. So yes, I've told you we've got an affiliate link. Take a look in the WhatsApp groups. We'll post the affiliate links. Our whole business is partnership and collaboration. So we'd love to work with people in partnership. What is the possibility of buying property in South Africa? We don't do South Africa at the moment. We do have partners in South Africa. We are looking and have looked for a while to launch South Africa, but it's not on our radar at the moment. We're focusing on first world assets, wealth protection, and first world income. Do I simply add Wealth Migrate to my will one day when I die, or does Wealth Migrate have a letter of wishes? Again, this is getting more detailed, but yes, it's just like any other asset. You put it in your will. Did you say you had an affiliate program? Sorry, I already answered that. Yes, we do. So we use First Promoter. It's a very sophisticated system. I see Shane's put in the chat box. Thanks very much, Shane. For how long will this offer last while still sourcing funds? So with regards to the Wealth Pathfinder, it's first come, first serve, because we've only got so many slots available with the coaches. For the starter pack, there's also some constraints. We will, the starter pack is something we obviously, want to keep bringing back to the market. So if people aren't ready right now, possibly it's something we'll have available in the future. But I do tend to say to people, if you're ready to get going, take advantage. It's a great time of the year to take advantage, because you've got time to finish off the year strong, have a plan, and really hit the ground running next year. What if you already have a Wealth Migrate account and take the starter pack? So if you already have a Wealth Migrate account, we'll put $100 into your Wealth Migrate wallet, your 11-way wallet, and you'll get going in terms of the whole process with us. And that's all the questions. Shane, I'm going to stop sharing quickly. Is there anything that I'm missing or anything that I haven't answered? I'm losing my voice. And is there anything that I haven't answered for anyone?
I think you've covered everything, unless I've missed something.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks so much, Shane. So what I'm going to do is thank you to everyone's time. I deeply appreciate it. You've invested nearly 4.5 hours of your life. I congratulate you. It's a lot of information. It's a long haul. I could probably do this for 2 days easily. So I do try and condense it very consciously for you. Shane very kindly has created the 9 steps in terms of the process. But I leave you with one closing thought, and that really, if you go back to Andrew Carnegie, if I take the thousands of people I've helped over the years, the difference between those that succeed and those that don't are the ones that make the commitment. And that's why we've tried today to make it so easy for people to make a commitment. Literally, what do I do next? And depending on, if you just want to get started, you've got the starter pack, you can literally go to wealthstarterpack.com. If you're wanting a coach and you're wanting actually access to everything that we've explained, with the coach, then you've got the Wealth Pathfinder. So we've literally got it at different levels for people. And, for those that qualify for the mastermind, we've got the mastermind as well in terms of that process. It's with a huge amount of gratitude that I want to say thank you to all of you today. I always love sharing this stuff. And if you did enjoy it, please go give us a testimonial on Trustpilot and let your friends know about it so that they too can do this. I believe very, very strongly that we need to change things in the world. This 99% of people failing the race is ridiculous. And the only way that we're going to change it is when we empower everybody to invest like the top 1%. And so, that's our passion. That's our purpose. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing your results. And for those of you who are in the VIP room, I'm going to jump. I know Shane shared the links. I'm going to jump. Just give me 2 minutes to have a quick toilet break, get some water, and then I'll jump into that Zoom room in terms of it. And I hope I've answered everyone's questions, and thanks for all the kind words that are coming through. I deeply appreciate it. Yeah, and Tyrone, thanks for the kind words for Shane. Please don't underestimate all the systems and everything that he's put, behind the scenes to make this really easy for you guys. And I see that Shane's also put there the mastermind members. Please just check the WhatsApp group for the VIP room. Can you please post all the links in the group? So we'll post the link to the resources page in the WhatsApp group. The group that we made for today, just to make it easy. Cool. Okay, guys. If you want to join the VIP group, jump into the, grab that starter pack, and Shane will give you the details. Otherwise, I'm going to jump in now, and I'll answer any questions that I've got. I'm just looking through if there's any questions here. Thanks for all the very kind words. I really appreciate it. Okay.